Good evening and welcome to the board's business meeting on this day, June 24th, 2019. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get approval of the revised agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Dr. Smith?
Yes, Ms. Evans, good evening. We have appointments for the board to consider tonight for several administrative positions, and so I'd like to offer those tonight to you. First of all, and we will be back on July 11th, also offering further appointments. But first of all, I'd like to recommend to the board tonight the appointment of Ms. Eugenia Dawson as the Director of Materials Management. Ms. Dawson has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 22 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal, director, and most recently as the acting director in this department since the retirement of our former director, Ms. Laser. Ms. Dawson has a lot of skill and background in this area, and she is very eager to work in the Department of Materials Management permanently, and so we recommend her for this position.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
We'd also like to recommend tonight Mr. Gregory Edmondson as the Director of Student Welfare and Compliance. Mr. Edmondson is joined by his wife Kathy and his daughter Brooke. Mr. Edmondson has been employed, there he is, right over there. Oh, Mr. Edmondson has been employed with MCPS for 27 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal, director, and most recently this year he did serve in the compliance unit, has been integral in the building of our entire infrastructure in that area. He is very much looking forward to this opportunity and to continue to serve all MCPS schools and their students in this role. So we're very pleased to recommend Mr. Edmondson in this role.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is again unanimous. Congratulations.
I have to say this, Mr. Edmondson. I don't know if they'll be cheering as they're doing their compliance work. But I will be when I do mine, because you've made some nice changes to it that we've been looking at. So we also are very happy to recommend tonight Mr. Douglas Hollis, Executive Director in the Office of the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Hollis is joined by his wife, Joy. Mr. Hollis is joining MCPS after serving in the District of Columbia Public Schools for the last 5 years, most recently as the Deputy Chief of Operations. He is excited to join MCPS and support the Office of the Chief Operating Officer's mission to provide the highest quality business operations and support services, all essential to the educational success of our students. So we recommend to you Mr. Douglas Hollis as Executive Director in the Office of the Chief Operating Officer.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Our next recommendation is Ms. Natalia Ahn as Legal Director in the Employment and Operations Office. Ms. Ahn is joined by her husband Damian, her stepdaughters Amalia and Elena, her daughter Vida, and her son Darian. Ms. Ahn has been employed with MCPS for 2 years as Assistant General Counsel. She looks forward to her new role as Legal Director to further support the Office of the General Counsel's mission to provide creative, proactive, and cost-effective legal problem solving of the highest quality. And so we're very pleased to recommend Ms. Natalia Ahn for this new position.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
We're pleased tonight to recommend Ms. Stacy Swain as Legal Director for Special Education in the Office of the General Counsel. Ms. Swain is joined by her husband Ian and her mother Maria Reed. Ms. Swain is joining MCPS with more than a decade of management and supervisory experience as an attorney representing several Maryland agencies, most recently as a program manager in the Victim Services Division with the United States Department of Justice. She looks forward to working with the staff in the Office of the General Counsel to support our students, and we're pleased to recommend her to you tonight.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Welcome. We're also pleased tonight to recommend someone who is not new to MCPS, but a very familiar face, but in a new role. Dr. Christine Handy has returned from serving as the president of the National Association of Secondary School Principals, and we're recommending that she be placed as the principal at Albert Einstein High School. Dr. Handy is not able to attend tonight, but she's been employed with MCPS for 12 years as a principal and recently served in this special assignment at the NASSP. She looks forward to serving the Albert Einstein High School community of students, educators, parents, and guardians as she joins the team. Dr. Handy is unable to attend tonight as she's presenting and speaking at a state conference for school leaders in Virginia. And I must say it was refreshing to talk with her after her year, and I'm actually going to have her share just for a few moments at the August A&S meeting some of her insights from traveling across the entire country and learning from other principals. So we recommend to you Dr. Christine Handy at Albert Einstein High School.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous.
I'm pleased to recommend Mr. Aaron Shin tonight as the principal at Parkland Middle School. He is attending with his wife, Susan Nam, his parents, Edmund and Cassie, and his brother, Raymond. Welcome. Mr. Shin has been employed with MCPS for 12 years as a social studies teacher, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, and most recently as the principal intern at Forest Oak Middle School. Mr. Shin is excited about the prospect of joining Parkland Middle School to serve as assistant principal, and I recommend him to you enthusiastically, Mr. Shin.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Also pleased to recommend to you tonight Dr. Jessica Palladino, principal of Rolling Terrace Elementary School. Dr. Palladino is joined by her daughter, Nina. Dr. Palladino has been employed with MCPS for 18 years as a grade 5 teacher, staff development teacher, instructional specialist, assistant principal, and most recently as the principal intern at Rolling Terrace Elementary School. She looks forward to collaborating with the students, families, and staff at Rolling Terrace and to continue to support the student achievement and development of the bilingual learners of Rolling Terrace, and we're very pleased to recommend to you tonight Dr. Jessica Palladino.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
If I could just add my congratulations to Jessica. She was one of my students at Springbrook High School, and I am very, very proud of you.
I'll wait a minute. They're all leaving.
Poor baby.
I don't think we have any of our students here tonight.
We tortured them.
Okay, good. Here comes some people. So we also have one to recognize tonight, our Vietnamese scholars. Whereas the Association of Vietnamese Americans awarded $1,000 scholarships at its 31st annual academic awards ceremony that was held on Sunday, July 9th, 2019. to 2 Montgomery County Public School students for their excellent academic performance, outstanding leadership skills, and stellar community involvement. For the last 31 years, the Association of Vietnamese Americans has recognized outstanding Vietnamese American students attending Montgomery County Public Schools with the goal of assisting Vietnamese American students to achieve their higher education goals and have a strong determination to receive a higher education. Montgomery County celebrates the many accomplishments of the students, and the Board of Education is proud that Montgomery County Public Schools continues to recognize the academic achievements of Vietnamese American students. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the superintendent of schools, staff members, students, parents, and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the recipients of the 2019 Association of Vietnamese American Academic Awards and Scholarships. And do we have Eric Wong or Ann Nguyen with us tonight? Either of the students, Eric Wong or Ann Nguyen? I don't think we do, but this resolution is before the board tonight. Eric, I was just going to say their names one more time. Eric Wong or Ann Nguyen, are you here tonight? Okay, I don't think so.
Move approval? Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes for comments. Please speak clearly and directly into microphones. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the button on the microphone to begin speaking and push it once more at the sound of the buzzer. We ask speakers to be respectful to all who have signed up to testify by adhering to the time limits and stopping their testimony when the buzzer sounds. If possible, we ask that you remain in the room in case board members have comments or questions to ask. If you have not done so already, please provide copies of your testimony to staff before sitting down. Now with Jennifer Young, Dinah Borzakowski, and Melissa King, and Himoxie Gordy, please come to the table. And please forgive me if I said your name incorrectly. And we'll go in the order that I called your name.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Young. You may remember at the CIP hearings, a student from Richard Montgomery who plays on the soccer team as a goalie, Molly Winchenbach. She testified about the unusual abrasiveness of the RM's new artificial turf field and the resulting injuries suffered by student athletes. She's my daughter. She would be here tonight to give you this update and make this plea herself, but she's at practice. High school athletes never seem to have a season off these days. To MCPS's credit, after Molly's testimony, they sent out samples of the turf from RM and Whitman for independent lab testing. Both fields had been installed at the same time using the same organic zeophil rock sand mix, but their effect on the athletes was dramatically different, with RM's field causing substantially more abrasion injuries. The different experience of the athletes was confirmed by the objective tests. The results are shocking. The abrasiveness of the field was measured against FIFA's standard of 30. Old Crumb rubber tests are 3. Whitman's field tested a 20. RM's field tested 128, 4 times the FIFA standard. The lab tests also figured out why. The volcanic rock particles used in RM's fill were much larger than those used at Whitman. And at RM, the rock was layered with the sand, like a cake, rather than all mixed together as it was at Whitman. Now that MCPS has verified what we have been saying all along, that RM's turf is so abrasive it is tearing the skin off the athletes, what are you going to do about it? MCPS has already removed some extra fill and tried to mix up the layers, but the plan was just to replace the offending larger particle fill with the smaller particles gradually with regular monthly maintenance. But I'm here to tell you on behalf of my daughter and the other student athletes using the field that this remediation plan is not aggressive enough. I've provided you with a picture of what happened to Molly's leg the first time she slid on the turf this spring to stop the ball. The RM turf scraped off the top layer of about 6 inches of her skin. This cannot be the conditions under which you expect student athletes to play. I understand that MCPS is asking the manufacturer how much it will cost to replace the fill in RM's field's turf all at once over the summer. I am asking you to ensure that this immediate remediation takes place. You owe it to the students whose health and safety you say are your top priority. You now know that this turf is 4 times the standard for abrasiveness. You know the reasons why it is so abrasive, and you know what you need to do to fix it. Don't waste any more time while more students get hurt. Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And now we'll hear from Ms. Borkowski. Did I say your name? Borzakowski.
Borzakowski. Good evening, members of the Board of Education and the esteemed and devoted members of the community who offer your time and effort to better the education of the 162,000 students attending Montgomery County's public school system. My name is Dina Borzakowski. I have lived in Tacoma Park for around 20 years, and I have had 3 children in the Montgomery County public school system. My youngest will start as a freshman at Montgomery Blair this coming September. I come to you as a fellow educator. My own training was in developmental psychology, and I earned my doctoral degree, yes, an EDD, from the Graduate School of Education at Harvard University. I'm a full professor at the School of Public Health at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. A year ago, the dean appointed me to the role of director of the Global Health Initiative. In this role, I develop global opportunities for the members of the University of Maryland. This includes participating in degree and non-degree programs of study, research studies, and service projects that cross borders. Interactions not only will involve offering students, faculty, staff, and alumni opportunities to travel abroad, but also we intend to bring students and collaborators to College Park. This may occur through invitations and funding, but we will use technology to facilitate interactions. As director of the Global Health Initiative, I am very aware that fundamental skills in today's world in understanding problems and offering solutions is cultural competency. Cultural competency is the ability to understand, communicate, and effectively interact with people across cultures. Cultural competency is not something learned through a reading or a 42-minute lesson. It is the continuous fostering of a type of thinking and knowing, a critical consciousness of self, others, and the world. We insist that our students have this skill. Preferably, students come to College Park with this capacity, but it is critical that they have it when they leave. We prefer a strong foundation, which we can develop further. Students who have engaged with others from around the globe are stronger applicants. A single exchange student embedded within the high school classroom offers those who don't have the means to travel abroad the chance to gain real-world and meaningful interactions. We live in an increasingly pluralistic society where we encounter and confront the thoughts and beliefs of others. As educators, we need to provide our students as many opportunities as possible to navigate the space between what they and others believe, so we can overcome the numerous and anticipated challenges of our society. The handful of exchange students that would be part of the Montgomery County Public Schools in fall 2019 and beyond provide enormous and invaluable benefit to the student body, especially among those who have fewer
Thank
chances
you.
to gain the
We have-
essential and sought skills of
We have your
cultural
written
competency.
testimony. Thank you. At this time, if we could hear from Ms. King.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Melissa King, and I'm the parent of 3 MCPS students, one being a student at the RMIB Magnet. The proposal to have an IB program that mirrors the one at RM closer to my home in Clarksburg is quite appealing. It's true that there is a need for more choice and more slots available for our most promising students. I'm concerned, however, that rolling this out too quickly will have an adverse effect. I've seen too many times that our county has great intentions and aspirations, but we often fall short when it comes to written and implemented procedures for carrying out the stated ideals that we call policy. This leads to sacrifice of service for the students who we aim to serve, and also collateral damage of the most promising and committed students. For this reason, I would like to suggest that you please not rush to implement changes. I would like to see MCPS take time and care as they endeavor to develop new regional IBM Magnet programs. Doing it quickly and without thoughtfulness, funding, training, and extensive input from those at RM will only lead to frustration for all. A hasty and imperfect rollout could also have a detrimental effect on the flagship program. Disallowing students from other regions from applying to RM will reduce the number of high-achieving committed students who attend. Success of IB in Montgomery County should be measured more by the success of the students who've gone through the program, their acceptance at elite colleges, their outstanding careers, and their contributions to society upon graduation, and less on the access that we're able to provide to every student in the county, including those who are not prepared and able to make the commitment that it takes to succeed in an elite program such as this. I would be very happy to see a program as wonderful as the one at RM made available to everyone who's able to make the commitment. I'd be even happier if this could be done without losing study time and sleep to commute up and down 270 several times per day. To achieve this, however, I don't want to see a watered-down version of this program put into place in my region without the training of teachers who understand the ideals of IB and the same choice of higher-level classes for the diploma program. Expanding access to a larger number of students and making it more easily accessible geographically is a good and noble goal, I agree. I just hope that it can be done without forcing those of us in Upper Montgomery County into a lesser version of the great program in which my oldest son is fortunate to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Ms. Gordy.
Good evening. My name is Hamakshi Gordy, and I'm a rising senior at Montgomery Blair High School. I'm here to request that you reconsider your recent policy decision to bar exchange students from 18 of the 26 high schools in our county. Because I grew up in a multicultural household, I have recognized from a young age that there are many different ways of living, of seeing the world, of being. But for those not exposed to multiple cultures, it's easy to assume that one's own norms are the only normal. Even with multiculturalism baked into my worldview, the exchange students that I've met at Blair have made me a more aware, open-minded world citizen, leading me to question norms I may otherwise take for granted. I ask you, the board members, not to think of exchange students as taking from our county, but as giving. Exchange students benefit our communities not only by virtue of the new perspectives they bring, but also through concrete contributions. For example, one Blair exchange student from Gaza this past year tutored students taking Arabic, talked to history classes about Gaza, and was a proud Palestinian Muslim member of our school's Jewish Culture Club. The conversations she launched made us think and led to richer and more complex discussions. I strongly believe that no MCPS high school should be denied the opportunity to host exchange students. Limiting students to only 8 schools means that 73% of MCPS high schoolers will be deprived the life-changing growth and lifelong friendships that exchange students foster. Moreover, the lack of exchange students in any Down County Consortium high schools raises questions of equity. The 8 schools that are open to exchange students have a FARMS participation rate averaging 34%, while DCC's schools rate is higher at 45%. Why should these students be deprived of the opportunity to meet exchange students? You've said overcrowding is part of the issue. As a senior at Blair, I am more than familiar with overcrowding. Every day for the past 3 years, I have fought my way through hallways bursting at the seams with people. I agree that this issue needs to be solved. But rejecting a handful of exchange students who bring so many benefits to our community is not the way to solve it. Even if each high school were to have 2 exchange students per year, they would only make up 0.1% of the student body. Denying exchange students will do nothing to address overcrowding, but will deprive most of our county of their contributions. Exchange students teach us to communicate across cultures, a life skill that we all need to navigate today's increasingly interconnected world. Please develop a better policy that allows me to continue interacting with exchange students in my last year in high school and allows all students across the county to learn and grow from exchange students in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Smandrowski?
Yes, thank you all. Thank you very much for coming and testifying. Beautiful, very well-spoken testimony, so thank you for that. Dr. Zuckerman, the RM field, can you give us some information about what we're doing and whether we're not, I'm assuming that the company that put the field in is going to would cover the expense of making sure it's meets compliance levels?
Yeah, so we sent the board information last week, and I'm not sure if it's on our website yet. We're working with the manufacturer to address the issues from a maintenance perspective as opposed to a tear out and put it back in. We think that we have a plan for doing so. We have turf burns at the Whitman field. We have turf burns at the Einstein field. The testing clearly shows that the full synthetic crumb rubber is much safer from that perspective. The Whitman field, interestingly, rates significantly lower from a slippage standpoint compared to the RM field. So we're in the process of just adjusting and maintaining both those fields so we can get the best playability out of it. Clearly, safety is the number one concern.
Will it be, how long is all of that going to take?
We're in the process of it now.
Okay, and I'm, like I said, hopeful that the company is going to help.
They're working with us on it, yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that I am well aware of the value of having an exchange student. When I was a senior in high school, I hosted an American Field Service student from South Africa, and it was an incredibly rewarding experience. I also want to point out, though, that all of our high schools in Montgomery County have large numbers of international students who are currently residing in MCPS. I think we have over 150 countries represented throughout the system. Many students who are speakers of other languages that we provide ESOL services. It's a wonderful part of MCPS is that we are a multicultural and diverse community. But I just wanted to say that, and I know that Dr. Smith and his staff will evaluate the situation. It's not just AFS, there are 2 other programs that send students to the U.S. as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other lights, I just also want to say thank you for coming tonight and providing us with your testimony and your comments, and we wish you well. So at this time, we will ask you to take your seats in the audience, and we will ask for our next group to come up, and that would be Carmen Roman, Marty Rouse, Christy Berman, and Kim Testa. We will begin with Ms. Roman. If you push the button right in front of you and have your speaker. Push the button right in front of your speaker. Yes, and your red light will go on. Yes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Karen Roman. I am the Pyle Middle School PTSA president, and I am also a proud graduate of Pyle. On behalf of our PTSA and entire Whitman cluster, we are seeking your help with an urgent security issue for our school. Our principal, Chris Nardi, has requested additional security officers for Pyle for the past 2 years, but to no avail. We now come to the board for assistance. Last Friday, Principal Nardi and I met with Brian Scriven, Whitman's Office of School Support and Improvement representative, and MCPS security officials, Michael Harding and Mary Whalen, to show them our problem in person at Pyle. They saw firsthand that a security concern exists. Currently, all MCPS middle schools are assigned 2 security officers, regardless of enrollment. We are here today to ask MCPS to recognize that this one-size-fits-all approach cannot work at a school like Pyle. Due to the size of our student population, the size and layout of our building, and other factors, staffing Pyle with only 2 security officers does not meet our school security needs. Pyle is home to almost 1,600 students. This enrollment makes Pyle the largest middle school in the county, and we're even larger than many high schools. Moreover, Pyle's 35,000 square foot 3-floor addition will open in September. The physical size and layout of our expanded building will make it very difficult for our 2 officers to do their many jobs, which include protecting students and teachers from external threats, monitoring all areas of the building and grounds, managing arrival, dismissal, and lunches, helping to handle medical emergencies, building positive relationships with students, and encouraging students to make good choices regarding behavior, problem solving, and substance use. Also, Pyle security staff supports our 20 to 30 students with high social emotional needs in our special education program. Pyle's security problem becomes even greater when one of our valued security officers is absent. Then there's only 1 security officer present to protect 1,600 students. Lastly, middle school students face most of the same challenges that high school students face. They are exposed earlier to social media threats and new concealable and addictive drugs like e-cigarettes. Middle school kids suffer anxiety, depression at alarming rates, and the school shootings are a new reality. More security officers are needed now more than ever, everywhere.
We have your written testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, you can clap. Go ahead and clap for her. It's okay. Okay, at this time, we will hear from Ms. Rouse. Or Mr. Rouse. Sorry.
My name is Marty Rouse. I've lived in Montgomery County for 13 years. I'm the proud father of 2 children in the public school system. I'm also gay. At a recent MCPS-supported forum, 300 people showed up to discuss lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender issues. Some students there discussed feeling invisible, bullied, or threatened. Most complained of feeling unsupported by their teachers, and parents spoke of their children being afraid to go to school or teachers not speaking up to support their children. A high school teacher testified tearfully that after she assigned some students to talk about the Stonewall Rebellion, she heard anti-gay slurs. A few parents questioned why gay civil rights were being taught. Rather than giving the teacher the tools and guidance needed to celebrate diversity and how to deal specifically with anti-LGBT bias, the teacher had her hands slapped by this administration and was told that she was the one that acted improperly. This month marks the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion, a key event in LGBTQ history, and in his second inaugural address, Barack Obama said, "We the people declare today that the most evident of truths, that all of us are created equal, is the star that guides us still, just as it guided our forebearers through Seneca Falls, Selma, and Stonewall. Even our current president issued a proclamation celebrating Pride Month. Yet a national survey of 12,000 LGBTQ youth shows that 77% of LGBTQ youth felt down or depressed in the past week. 67% of African American LGBTQ youth experienced verbal assault due to their LGBTQ identity, and 30% of them were physically assaulted because of it. Physically threatened because of it. In that same survey, 73% of Latinx LGBTQ youth were verbally assaulted at school due to their LGBTQ identity, and only 15% reported hearing positive messages in schools about being LGBTQ. If students don't feel safe, are not seen and affirmed, they cannot learn. Not only are we falling short for our LGBTQ students, we're also failing to prepare their non-LGBTQ peers to be successful in an increasingly diverse world that includes LGBTQ people. To improve the well-being of all students, age-appropriate training and curricula needs to be encouraged and made mandatory for all grade levels. Your silence is hurting and shaming our LGBTQ youth, their friends, and their families. For the well-being of our children, please teach our children well. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Ms. Bierman.
Good evening. My name is Christy Berman, and I'm a parent to 3 MCPS students, a new Richard Montgomery IB graduate, a rising RM sophomore, also in the IB program, and a rising 7th grader at our home school of Rosa Parks in Olney. The stated purpose of the board's proposal regarding expansion of IB programs is to increase access. That is something that I and other parents I've spoken to strongly support. The current proposal will not serve that goal, however. It will instead decrease access across the vast majority of the county, as well as diminish the current quality of Richard Montgomery. Richard Montgomery has excellent faculty and administration, but those things are not solely responsible for the high quality of RM's IB program. For that, you need to add a diverse student body, which is both highly motivated and highly capable. We know RM students meet those requirements, not only because of the strong candidate pool from which they've come, but also because they do come from all parts of the county, all walks of life, all socioeconomic levels, and they value their education enough to make the often inconvenient trek to Richard Montgomery every day. I support the addition of regional IB programs throughout the county, but if you take away the county-wide scope of Richard Montgomery, you will not give equal access to me, my children, or the thousands of other families outside the new RM service area to an IB program of equal quality. You will instead relegate those of us who live in places such as Wheaton, Silver Spring, Burtonsville, Olney, Clarksburg, or Poolesville to programs that, even given the benefit of time to develop and grow, will never have access to what has been RM's greatest asset, a highly diverse, county-wide applicant pool. I ask that you instead maintain Richard Montgomery as a county-wide IB program and also develop 3 regional IB programs, such that every student across the county can choose to submit 2 IB applications if they'd like, 1 to RM and 1 to their designated regional school. This structure will immediately open new opportunities to every MCPS family, while also giving the county and parents time to adjust and analyze the resulting data without completely upending a proven program with a strong track record of success. Continuing the countywide draw of Richard Montgomery, while also establishing regional IB magnet programs, not only ensures equal access, but it also provides the newer magnet programs the time necessary to develop and grow into gems of their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Testa?
Go ahead. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Smith, and MCPS staff. My name is Kim Testa, Richard Montgomery High School PTSA Vice President, and I'm here today to speak about the proposed expansion of the high school IB Magnet programs. I'm also the proud parent of an RMIB graduate, class of 2019, and a rising 9th grade RMIB student. I have also served on the MCC PTA Gifted Child Committee for the past 6 years, AEI Feedback Council, Curriculum Advisory Assemblies, and other MCPS focus groups, committees, and PTSA positions. I come here today with the perspective of being a caring, dedicated parent who supported a diverse group of students beyond my own for many years. I have observed and supported teachers and students inside and outside the classrooms. I understand from my firsthand experience of my own children and others the complexity and challenges of implementing a newly developed and changing curriculum while it's being written and taught at the same time. In addition, I also understand from firsthand experiences what the IB rigorous magnet course demands of our students, teachers, and administrators. I appreciate the efforts of MCPS to expand the magnet high school programs to benefit more students, and I strongly agree with my fellow MCC PTA and PTSA parents, teachers, administrators, and students that these proposed changes are being rushed with lack of transparency, without enough specific information about how these new programs will work, and without enough time to properly develop the programs or train the staff at the proposed regional magnet schools. We want more transparency in the MCPS long-range plan for high school choice programs and IB magnet programs in particular. How closely will the new regional programs match the existing offerings at RM? How will the dozens of teachers who will be teaching GT students in these programs be trained? How will the admission criteria change? Please keep RM IB Magnet countywide for longer than just a year or two. We want MCPS to take the time and care to develop new regional IB Magnet programs rather than rush to have students apply this fall. Please require MCPS to wait an additional year before opening new regional magnet programs. We want our voice heard. Please have MCPS establish a parent advisory group to help guide the development of the new regional magnet programs to get the best outcomes, and help ensure that RMHS IB Magnet program is not undermined by changes that MCPS has not shared or adequately developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, so I had a conversation with Dr. Zuckerman and Dr. Smith, and I know that you're going to look at the pile situation. In fact, the board, everybody had raised the issue when we had a discussion about school safety and security last month, but also other very large middle schools and even the staffing of our high schools. And I know it would be important also to benchmark with other school systems in the area, because we are not alone with this situation.
Yep, that's right, Ms. O'Neill. So we're in that process right now, and that's what we said at the last board meeting where we talked about safety and security. So we're in the middle of doing that.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Zuckerman. Mrs. Smodrowski?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. In reference to the security thing, do we have security subs? So if someone is out, I mean, no one should have to take care of school by themselves.
No, we don't. We cover if there's a crisis with our cluster security coordinators, or we'll pull folks from other schools if there is a crisis. But if there is a long-term situation, then we will bring someone in, but not for a single day. Typically, no.
Okay. I also just wanted to mention in reference to the LGBTQ testimony, thank you for sharing your testimony. I know there's been a lot going on. We put together a proclamation ourselves last board meeting in reference to this month, celebrating this month. But I just wanted to let you know that we are going to be talking about that at our special populations committee meeting on the 27th. So if you want to watch, you can. And then the other thing, I appreciated the idea of an parent advisory group. I don't know, I know that parents and students were included in your list of people that you were communicating with and working with in terms of the IB expansion. I just didn't know if you wanted to add anything to that, or if that's something that we're considering putting together a long-term advisory.
Well, we will be reaching out and scheduling some meetings this summer in July and August to begin the discussions around multiple aspects of how to really support the transition of the regional programs. And so we will be bringing all of our schools, RM, Springbrook and others together to discuss how the communities feel they want to take a look at how to best support the students as we expand the programs.
I appreciate that. And there still seems to be a lot of confusion or lack of clarity in reference to what the plan is. Is that written out somewhere that we could put online so that people could see, what your next steps type of thing and how that's all working? Or?
So we're in the process of putting those together. The first step was to come to the board around the regional concepts and bring some history around the numbers and the possibilities to provide more options to students. Part of the summer that we're going to be spending is some feedback around how that gets rolled out specifically and how we support. We are right now working through the extensive professional development for the teachers. Because we really have to prepare a year out before with that professional development. We are due to come to the board also after we get some community input in September. And I think a lot more of a nuts and bolts. We didn't want to rush ahead and put out any information without having some time with the community to discuss next steps. What we wanted to hear from the board was their agreement around needing more of regional centers, and the need is there. And I think we got kind of our marching orders to then reach out to the community, get feedback, and then come back in September with much more details.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I wanted to thank you all for coming this evening and sharing your comments. We appreciate it, and have a good evening. And at this time, we will hear from our next group. That's Tracy Matthias, Cynthia Simonson, Marnie Morse, and Heidi Russell Kalkofen. Okay. So we'll go in order. Ms. Matthias, you could begin.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Matthias, and I'm an MCPS parent. Thank you for engaging in the public discussion about the impact of cutting individual school special program funding during the June 12th Board of Education meeting. I'm back again to advocate for the restoration of Piney Branch Elementary School funding and clarifying the statements made by Mr. Eric Wilson about the parent meeting with the school principal. The grant funding I discussed could only be implemented through the STEM special facilitated by a STEM teacher. There was no agreement to seek grant funding to support after-school programming for students because I recognize the limited impact after-school instructional programming has on addressing the achievement gap. The primary magnet program, funded with special program funding, was established in compliance with the MCPS regulation, IEERA, procedures for establishing and evaluating special programs. The elimination of funding to support this program effectively ends the program with over 500 students enrolled. According to the regulation, a recommendation from the superintendent to the Board of Education shall be presented to revise or terminate the program. The FY20 budgetary action taken to eliminate the special program funding from Piney Branch Elementary School does not fulfill the requirement in this regulation, especially since many of the Board of Education members stated that they were unaware of the impact this cut would have on the program. The acknowledgement that what we will lose in STEM will not be replaced in the plan provided by the school principal is correct. While there are 11 schools that lost special programming funding in the FY20 budget, only Piney Branch Elementary School stands to lose a named special program
that has over 500 students enrolled without notice to the students and families. The statement, the written statement I provided, includes examples of the out-of-boundary application process and the application process for in-boundary students, as well as statements from the Piney Branch Elementary School students who do not want to lose STEM. On June 12, 2019, I requested copies of the required primary magnet program annual evaluations from 2014 to 2019 to better understand why MCPS sought to end this program. While I await the school system's response, please restore the 0.5 FTE special program and 0.3 FTE focused funding to the Piney Branch Elementary School budget. I thank you for your consideration and welcome the opportunity to assist you with understanding what's at stake for our students.
Thank you. Ms. Simonson?
Good evening, Cynthia Simonson, MCC PTA Vice President of Educational Issues. The last few Board of Education meetings of the school year always includes an exciting element where the board votes to confirm principals to take the helm at elementary, middle, and high schools across the county for the following year. This change in leadership is exciting, but it's also an anxious time for communities. And by community, I mean students, parents, and staff. The principal is the person who sets the tone for the school. Every decision, hiring, placements, courses, scheduling, field trips, maintenance, upgrades, discipline, everything about a school intersects at the office of the principal. There are 4 fundamental issues that we've raised privately in various meetings, but we bring publicly here to rethink going forward. 1, it may be time to rethink the community meeting timeline. As a recent example, earlier this month, a letter was sent out on Wednesday evening announcing the longtime principal of a school would be departing. The same letter announced a community meeting scheduled for 48 hours later on a Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. This, with such a short timeline, suggests that MCPS was attempting to check a box, not really engage in community engagement. 2, it may be time to rethink how long a principal position must be posted. One of our high schools will have a new principal next year after an exhaustive 6-day search. What this feels like to many communities when the timeline is rushed in this way is Human Resources has already determined the shortlist, and this is really just a formality. 3, it may be time to rethink the weight of community voice in the principal selection process. Human Resources and OSSI develop a list of candidates to interview, and a few of those seats are reserved for parents, for staff, for students. But even so, there are 20 individuals from central office who actually go through and determine who the finalists are for those 3, 5, 15, 25-year appointments. But who among that group making those decisions has been to bingo night, or gone to the spring musical, participated in cluster nights, or stopped into a basketball game? They've read the community feedback to very limited responses to very limited questions. And for this reason, the community aspect of this decision starts to feel very, very small. And finally, it might be time to rethink what seems like lifetime appointments. A principal, even one that's a good fit in the first few years, may not be a good fit 10 years later. OSSI, to their credit, will intervene, but their aim is to develop a principal, even up into retirement. And a poorly placed principal, that can be a long, tough slog for a community. When we're searching for a new principal, we send an open survey to anyone interested in weighing in, but never again at any interval do we ask the community.
Thank you.
And there's more.
Okay, we have your testimony. Yes, thank you. So I'm not sure who you are. I'll let you say your name. I have 2 people that I called up, and I'm short one person.
I'm Heidi Russell Kalkofen.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me here. I am here to speak about just one portion of the discussion with regard to high school exchange students. I have many colleagues in the audience and who will be speaking tonight about the fact that the decisions to make changes and reduce the number of schools that would accept high school exchange students for the coming year was made very late and really reduces access that all of our students have to those students. What I wanted to speak about is from my area of expertise. I'm an international educator and I work at Montgomery College. My responsibility there is to work with our international students who come into the state and into the county. I gave you a handout that talks about the financial contribution that those students make to the county. They bring about $70 million just from Montgomery College alone into the county's coffers. Many of those students were encouraged to come into our educational system of higher education in the United States because of a high school exchange program. I have a young lady in the audience, Jennifer Giuliano from Italy, who did a high school exchange in California, and that prompted her to decide that she wished to continue her education in the United States and come as a tertiary student. One of the things that I also have responsible for at Montgomery College is the type of visa that students are here with. So the students that come into the United States just for the purpose of studying come on a student visa that is a Category F. The Category J that our high school exchange students come on are cultural exchanges. These are significantly different students. These students come with the purpose of exchanging with our students in this country to learn about our culture and about our country and share their own. I know that Montgomery County Public Schools are diverse. I put 3 of my own students, and frankly, I've had 4 exchange students, so I've had 7 students in Montgomery County Public Schools. But they all tell me that people are siloed. We can have lots and lots of students immigrate. They don't necessarily make that choice. They are here and they seek their comfort zone. But the students who have come on an exchange program are not seeking their comfort zone. They are seeking to expand their comfort zone. They want to learn about us. That's why our U.S. State Department supports this program. That's why they created this program. This is citizen diplomacy at its finest. And I agree with Amy, who spoke earlier, that you're really depriving your students of the opportunity to participate in that citizen diplomacy if those students are not allowed to be in your schools. So those students not only encourage their peers at those schools to greatness, and some of our students who have come are really very highly selected. Montgomery County Public Schools has been very clear that they want to have only the best and the brightest to come to them. But they also have made this very onerous for years. So I volunteer with AFS, but Youth for Understanding, the second largest organization, pulled out of MCPS years ago because the paperwork was already too onerous. These last-minute changes are really unfair to those programs and unfair to all of our students. And I beg you to really reconsider the choice to not have those schools open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming tonight and giving testimony. We really appreciate you all. Mrs. Silvestri, you had a question?
Yes, a question about the Piney Branch. Is there an update about what's happening there?
I can share an update. I shared with the board at the last meeting that I would look into it. And I've been working with the OSSI office and the staffing office, and we'll work with the school this week. And we're going to put some staffing there, and that will be up to the principal and the staff to all work together to decide how they want to configure that program going forward.
My second question was about the principal selection process.
Sure.
If you could help us understand how that works.
Sure, it's an extensive process. We start throughout the year, we have people apply and they go into a pre-qualified principal group, and so they've gotten that paperwork done, and it's both with internal and external candidates. And then the people, when a specific job comes open, and one of the challenges of the school year is when our principals decide that they're going to leave for whatever reason close to the end of the year. And so we're in competition with everyone to hire principals, both from within our school system, people who might want to leave us and go to other opportunities or come in. And so that pre-qualified principal pool is there, and people can add to it all along the way as they get their materials and their paperwork in. And then when there is a specific job open, whether it's in February or March or April or May or June, they can apply specifically for a job. We don't consider people just because they're in the pool. We consider the people who say, I'd like to apply specifically for this position. And then those candidates are screened, and a set of them are identified, usually 5 or 6, to go to a community interview. and then the feedback from that community interview is shared with the associate superintendents, and there's discussion about their qualifications, the school's needs, the school community's characteristics that they've identified, and then the finalist from that set of interviews comes to a team of 5 or 6 people that I convene in my office, and we interview multiple candidates for each job. And then Dr. Statham and I, along with 4 or 5 other system representatives, recommend a finalist to you for appointment. It takes, at the minimum, absolute minimum, 3.5 weeks or so. More likely it's going to be 4 or 5 weeks by the time you work from board meetings backwards. Okay.
And also just we value parent participation in all of these processes, so anything that can be done to give them more notice so that they can have more meaningful engagement in the process is a good thing.
Thank you. So thank you all again for coming and sharing your comments. We really appreciate you taking your time out of your busy schedules. At this time, I do have a couple more people on the list. I'm going to call Marnie Morse's name again to see if they are here. If that person is here, okay. Seeing no response, I will go on to William Klink and Susan Gallagher, our last 2 speakers.
So thank you very much. My wife's been here about 35.
Turn your light on, push the button right, yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My wife has been here about 35 years. I've been here for 15 years. We have no children. The exchange students are our children. I'm here to talk to you about the exchange program. The policy and practice of closing all the Downs County schools, it just makes it impossible for us to have exchange students. I mean, come on. Can't there be 1 or 2 of the Down County schools? Really? I request you open all the schools, but if you're not going to do all the schools, how about making a reasonable distribution of them so that we can do that? You know the climate here, you know the traffic. So if you have the schools way up in Gaithersburg and up there, there's just no way to get the kids there and back. Let's see, I would highlight the young lady's comments. I would note Heidi's comments. The kids are very different than ones that you probably have. I suggest don't do this for me. How about we do it for our national civic duty? The State Department has noted there are countries that really dislike us. I provided you a list. They really, really don't like us. We have an opportunity to influence them. I've personally had a couple of the kids living in our home that are listed here and we still have a relationship with those people. Let's do our civic duty, support the State Department's program, and have exchange students allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher.
Yes, hi. I'm Susan Gallagher. I'm the parent of 2 Montgomery County school graduates and a host mother to many exchange students over the years. I'm also a volunteer with AFS, which is one of the many exchange students that participate here in the county and have participated for the last 50 years.
Susan, can you
oh, sorry, yes, sorry. So I just wanted to come today. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I just wanted to say that in my dealings with the county over the last 10 years, I'm the person that brings the applications to the international office. And most recently, I brought my applications in, and I was told after the fact that all but 8 schools have been closed to exchange students, and I was really taken aback. And I'm here today to say that I think this is a travesty. It used to be that it was just the W's and BCC for the last 4 or 5 years that were closed. And when I say closed, I mean closed to the children of county employees, the people that want to pay tuition, they're shut out. And caught in the net are exchange students. I don't know if that was intended because of the overcrowding problem. But interestingly, there was an exception to these closures for the children of military families, which I came to learn. And I think that is because we're trying to respect and honor the families that are serving to promote peace in the world. I would like to say that I think that exchange programs play a vital role for promoting peace in the world. I think that we deserve to have a public policy exemption, as do the military families, to these closures. As Bill Klinke just mentioned, the State Department has been financing programs for a very good reason. There are places in the world that hate us. Our reputation in the world has been tarnished, especially in the last couple of years. We have an opportunity here in the nation's capital to bring kids in from primarily Muslim countries who are funded 100% by the State Department to come to the nation's capital to learn about American culture and values, to live with American families, attend schools here in Montgomery County, go back to their home countries and serve as ambassadors. And they go back with stories about their experiences here that will forever change them and their own home communities. We are shutting that down right now. My voice is cracking because this is an important mission for me personally, for my community, and for the world. And I really hope that you take note of this and do something about it. Make a special exemption for exchange programs as you do for military families. It's just as important. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no board member lights, we also just want to say thank you. We have your testimonies, your written copies, and we appreciate you coming out and over the years supporting our students that are not even your own kids. So
thank you.
So thank you. Have a good evening. So at this time, we will conclude our public comments and move to the next portion on our agenda, board comments, superintendent comments. And if for a moment, just take a point of privilege just to say, today is board member Dr. Daka's birthday. She could be anywhere, but she chose to be here. We say happy birthday. Yes, acknowledge her. And with that, I will begin with Mrs. Wolf.
Thank you. I really want to only talk about one activity this week. I attended the retirement celebration of the Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals. It was really a wonderful event. I was awed by the combined number of years of service. I wish I had written the number down because it was just amazing, and I really can't remember the number, but it was an incredible amount of service. The stories they told were great, and the best part of it is that I won a gift certificate.
Where did it end up being for?
It was for the AMC Theater. And I promised my grandson that we would go and see Aladdin again.
Toy Story's coming out.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
So thank you, Madam President. As I was listening to Ms. Gordy, it struck me just how really lucky we are that we have such wonderful staff to teach our students. And now that school has come to a close, I just want to thank all of our teachers, administrators, support staff in our schools, and also in our central office and in other locations for another good school year, for educating and guiding our students. The work that we are all engaged in is, in my mind, the most important work that is going on in our country, and that is educating our students, hopefully providing them with the means to move forward in life and make a contribution. And so thank you to everyone for that. As you all probably know, we all get messages on our email, and oftentimes these are good messages. And so I wanted to just share one that I got the other day, and it was from actually someone in the Whitman cluster who had this idea in terms of when anyone, whether they're a student or an adult, is out and they may, have had a little bit too much to drink, and, friends will say, I would like to drive you home, but there may be some resistance. Well, the idea behind this, which I thought was, made sense, common sense, was to call 911 and, ask for assistance, because that can save a life, in terms of calling the authorities to help someone get home. If for some reason, that friend is not, amenable to your helping or, another way of helping as well. So I did want to share that, and I promised him that I would bring that up during board member comments as well. And I think that's about it. It's been a really great season in terms of graduations, very inspiring. As I said, we always get goosebumps when we hear pomp and circumstance, but our work, as you know, continues, and as soon as school ends, start preparing to open again. And so just thank everybody, and thank our superintendent and his staff as well for all that they're doing, to lead our system and prepare us to move forward in the fall. So thank you.
Thank you. That was great, Ms. Dixon. Mrs. Smodrowski.
Thank you. I will associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, particularly Mrs. Dixon's comments in reference to thanking all of our staff. I, too, attended the MCPS retirement celebration, and I just wanted to say congratulations to all of our staff. That happened to have been a administrators celebration, but to all of our many retirees, thank you for all of your service. Also to all the people, I mentioned this last time, I think, but there's so many people who do so much work behind the scenes that we don't see. People watch these meetings on TV, they don't know the gentleman behind the curtain over there. But we do appreciate the nights and weekends and Lucas, but there are a lot of them.
Dan, Charlie.
Yep, Dan, Charlie, everybody. We just are very grateful, and we don't think I know that they don't always get the kudos that they deserve, but for the time that they put in. I also wanted to just one more time, as we round up this year, thank all of our partners who work with us to make lives better for our children and our schools. I attended the Linkages to Learning celebration, and it was, Ms. O'Neill and I, and it was just very, very, it's so great to be able to celebrate the work that our partners do in our schools, and I just wanted to put out there that, we do really appreciate everybody's contributions. And then lastly, I had intended to wish Dr. Daka a very happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful weekend and that today was a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, the Linkages to Learning celebration was great. It was honoring volunteers and staff. It started many years ago by County Council member Mike Subin. He's really the godfather of the Linkages program, but it's based on the fact that strong families lead to strong children. And I wish that every one of our Title I schools had a Linkages program. It would be a wonderful, Title I and Focus. Each program is about $250,000, and their budget is in Health and Human Services, but it is a wonderful program and something we need expanded here in Montgomery County. And then Friday, I attended, along with Ms. Silvestri and Dr. Daka, the retirement of Merle Katita as president of SEIU Local 500. And people may not be aware, but Merle Katita's father started the Montgomery County Council of Supporting Services Employees in 1970. Vincent Fu was the very first president who organized that union. He also helped Gino Wren and others organize what is now MAGIO. And Merle became president in 2001 of SEIU, and at that particular moment for 6 years, we had 3 female union presidents, and Bonnie Cullison, Becky Newman, who was McCap, and Merle, and They had inspiring leadership for our employees, and they, on Friday at the retirement ceremony, they talked about an old cartoon in the Gazette newspaper picturing the Union thugs putting pressure on Ike Leggett, and they pictured burly men, and in fact, all three of our union presidents were women. So it was a historic time, just as we are a historic board, all females. But really, Merle has been a wonderful leader, and I thought her own personal story, immigrating from China to the United States, becoming a citizen at 16, was, incredibly inspiring, and we wish her well, and we wish her successor, Pia Morrison, the best. So that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Daka, it's on you.
Okay, I want to thank you, Ms. Evans, for bringing that up, and thank you also, Ms. Mondrowski, for my birthday. And I had to work today. But I'm glad you mentioned Vincent Fu. I remember him well, and it was a revolutionary kind of thing to have that organization formed in this county. And I knew Merle Katita when she was still working at Plaza One. She always worked for us in the school system, and she's just been a pleasure. And also, when SEIU meets with us, they usually talk about what they can do to help the whole school system. It is not just about salaries and working conditions. It really is about our students and working conditions for our staff, and we really appreciate that tone. At least I know I do, and I think everybody else does too. And linkages to learning, since you brought it up, Argyle was one of the first 4 schools to have linkages to learning, and it's just such a wonderful thing to have, because it's like triage, is that what they call it, where you find out what's out there and what you can get, because the parents didn't know that, and then they come in the evening to get the, well, they come during the day too, but they used to come in the evening as well, because that's when they could get there from working. So it's really been a godsend to the school system, and I agree it should be everywhere, but that's not quite how it works. I have 2 things to talk about. Juneteenth. How many of you know what that is? Oh, goody. Okay, Juneteenth was June 19th, and this was the day that slaves in Texas found out that they were no longer slaves. That was 2 years after the Declaration. So Texas is interesting. But at the Black Rock Center for the Arts, Mr. James Stowe put a program together for celebration and remembrance of Juneteenth, and it was really fantastically well put together. There were so many great kids that performed. I always talk to you about AXO kids, and they're just magnificent in the kinds of things that they are doing, and they're going to go to Detroit to compete nationwide, and I think they're going to do well. So he put together a list of people that he wanted to honor that he called pioneers, and some of them you may know, some of you don't. Irene Coleman, Arva Jackson, and I know that Pat and I know Arva. The Reverend Dr. Ruby Reese Moon, who was a counselor here in the school system before she retired, and now she works at the University of Maryland part-time. She is a chaplain there. Dr. Winston A. Anderson. Some of you may know him, but he's the one that put together the Slave Museum in Sandy Spring. Thank you, Sandy Spring. And Warren G. Crutchfield, he's a pioneer also. He went to school here in this building when we were separated, and it was the only high school for African Americans in this county. And Arthur L. Williams, whom I think all of you know because of 1977-2, he's been after us for a long time. He's been very vocal about the kinds of things that he thinks should happen for our students. And it was co-sponsored by a couple of it was anyhow co-sponsored besides the Human Rights Office, which is Mr. Stowe's office. And on Saturday, I was part of a panel. I didn't know exactly that I was going to be doing it. Education Matters, a place in our history, education, race, and politics community conversation. And this was the Lincoln Park Historical Foundation and the Leroy E. Neal African American Research Center. And Anita Neal Powell is the president of this. And she pulled together a really good panel, excellent panel. We had, and I think her name was Hall from the HHS, who talked about homelessness in the county. And we had Councilmember Nancy Navarro. And as you know, Councilmember Nancy Navarro, through the years, has been pulling together the community, talking about now she calls it the lens of equity, but before she was talking about having these groups work together and to improve the health, recreation, employment, that kind of thing. And she did it again this year in September, I think it was, and there must have been about 500 people there. And they all were very involved in what can we do to make things better for people in Montgomery County. And Councilmember Will Jawando was there, and he's kind of a superstar. He's really, really good, and he's really energetic and working very hard. So it was a delight to be there and to hear the things that they were saying, and to see the people in the audience. Some I knew, some I did not know. But I think it turned out to be well.
Thank you. Mrs. Silvestri.
I wanted to thank the communications office for putting out the communication around MCPS welcoming schools regardless of immigration status that went out last week. I know that went out in social media, and people told me that they had seen it and they were thankful for it. Can't emphasize enough what it must be like to be a child and to see on television that there's raids coming and that your family may get taken in the middle of the night. As you all, maybe, I don't know if you know, but my family was undocumented for a long time, and I also grew to fear the police for that reason. I couldn't distinguish the two. So much so that when I came to work in Montgomery County government and had to deal with the police, my hands would shake. And that's just like internalized trauma that you don't even know you have. And so I just want to emphasize how impactful this is for children to be hearing this and feeling it, and of course it affects them in the classroom. So anything we can do to help them feel more assured and welcomed is a step in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
If I could just add, I just sent out guidance, again, to principals, because summer school is starting, and we wanted to make sure that they understand our stance. It's very similar to what is on the website, but we wanted to make sure that our principals are crystal clear on how they can support their students and families.
Great, thank you so much. Dr. Smith.
I'd like to offer my congratulations and respected admiration to Merle Gutita also, and also just reinforce that we need to continuously put out the message that all children and adolescents are welcome in MCPS schools, and that their well-being, their learning, and their inclusion in our schools is absolutely critical and essential. That is all of our responsibility, and we will continue to keep putting out those messages in a variety of different ways. As Dr. Statham said, summer learning is starting when literally thousands of children will come back to us the week after next, starting July 8th. We'll have our two innovative school year schools, Arcola and Nix Elementaries, starting that day. We'll also have a number of summer learning opportunities, Summer Adventures in Learning, commonly called ELO SAIL, Extended Learning Opportunities Summer Title I Enrichment Program, ELO STEP, the BELL program, Building Educated Leaders for Life, Summer Up, Unleashing Potential, regional summer school programs, career readiness camps, including a number of coding and computer science camps through our J.P. Morgan grant. We're part of a consortium of 5 school systems in this region, and just lots and lots of exciting activities for students. It's critical for our students, and the more we can build opportunities for students throughout the year for learning, for well-being, and for having the chance to have enrichment and engagement across our community, the better it is for our community and our students. We also do summer meals, and so there are 120 locations throughout the county, including camps, schools, and faith-based organizations where we participate. There are also 11 walk-up locations where students 18 years of age and younger may come to receive a meal each workday, Monday through Friday. Last summer, the Summer Food Service Program provided hundreds of thousands of meals, and we expect and want that number to grow this summer for all of our children and adolescents in the county. This is the United States Department of Agriculture program, and through our partnerships and our federal, state, and local efforts, we're able to do this, and we want to make sure we're constantly pushing that out. We are also excited that we're going to reinstitute the MCPS Back to School Fair. That was stopped before I arrived here, so I've never seen one. I'm looking forward to attending on August 24th. That's already generated a lot of excitement that we're going to start this again. It'll be at the Westfield Wheaton Mall from 10 till 2 on the 24th. It's a great collaboration of local government, businesses, community partners, and the school system to come together. And there'll be a lot of activities and topics covered there, and just lots of really good information and fun for the whole family. So please look for our information. We'll be putting it on social media. We'll be sending it out to all of our schools and our communities, because I think this is a really good reinstitution of a tradition in Montgomery County. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't say very sincerely thank you to our staff, our students, and our community for a very good, strong school year. Very, very good work across the county by thousands and thousands of employees, students, and the families and communities that support them. Really want to thank the teachers, support professionals, and school administrators, all who work all of the time on behalf of our students. And we actually have a video clip we want to show, because it just kind of shows the year in review. So if we can run that video clip.
Looking forward to a little rest and relaxation for myself and the rest of the staff.
I'm feeling sad because I'm leaving Oakland Terrace and I'm saying goodbye to everybody here, all my friends, and then off to middle school, I guess.
I'm looking forward to vacation, spending time with my family.
On this, the last day of school, I am feeling just this sense of joy.
It was sad to see the kids go, but it's exciting that we did it. We got it all done. This is what we do on the last day of school.
I'm gonna miss all the teachers helping each other, helping the students get their grade up. I feel like it's exciting because also next year I get to meet new friends.
But I'm excited to go to trainings and kind of rest up a little bit and plan for the new year coming.
Definitely a mix of emotions. I definitely am excited for summer like most people are, but I'm really sad to say goodbye to my students.
It's bittersweet. This year has been amazing. Incredible, great group of kids. I'm excited for the summer, but I know that this year was like no other.
We're 8th graders and we're going to high school!
I want to thank all the teachers at Calvin John. They helped shape me, mold me to become a better student.
I'm going to cherish how I've met new people and all the experiences that I've had.
Happy summer!
At this time, I'll ask board members, are there any committee updates? Okay, seeing none. We will move on to,
Dr. Daka said she did.
oh, okay, well, okay.
Okay. The Policy Management Committee met on June 12th, and the committee discussed policy IDA, school year calendar. We'll be talking about it as it relates to the formation of the 2020-2021 school year. And we reviewed policy JNA, curricular expenses for students. And we also worked on the policy JEE, student transfers, as charged by Ms. Dixon's June 25th, 2018, new business item. And finally, the committee reviewed public comments and held a discussion regarding policy COA, and we'll be talking about that shortly. And the next committee meeting is September 12th at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
So actually, we are at item 7 on the agenda, action on board policies. I'm gonna turn it back over to you, Dr. Daka, to lead the discussion.
Yes, we're asking people to come to the table. I think Captain Clark's going to come, and Ms. Stephanie Williams, and Dr. Conley. And I'll turn this over to the capable hands of Ms. Stephanie Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As I'm sure you will recall, on May 14th, this board tentatively adopted revised board policy COA, student well-being and school safety. So the tentatively adopted policy was distributed for public comment from May 15th to June 5th, 2019. And the policy and the opportunity to provide comment on the policy was very widely advertised. It was included in the Montgomery County Public Schools Bulletin, the MCPS Quick Notes and Need to Know, the Chief of Staff's Communications and Update to Principals, MCPS press releases, MCPS and board tweets done in both English and Spanish, and information and links were provided on the MCPS website main page. The MCPS policy comment page provided a one-page summary of the new policy, and that summary was provided in English, Spanish, French, Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean, and Amharic. The full draft policy was also available in Spanish. In addition to these outreach efforts, a link to the policy comment page was provided directly to countywide law enforcement officials, all MCPS action achievement groups, the student member of the Board Advisory Council, and the Montgomery County Region MCR of the Maryland Association of Student Councils. Of course, Ms. Tadakanda helped us in reaching out to these two groups in particular. In addition to all of the MCPS efforts to advertise this policy, 2 articles were included in Bethesda Magazine, as well as a story on WTOP. As a result, we received 96 comments from the public. If all of you have received the comments, board members have received the comments as were presented and were received. Comments, and some of them had to have been redacted because they included personally identifiable information, and that version is what's made available to the public, but the comments are all available to the board and to the public. I'd like to take a moment to review for you. Obviously, I can't go through 96, or figure you probably don't want me to go through 96 individual comments. So as attachment D, I think it is, yes, attachment D, there is a summary of the comments in your materials, and so we've grouped them sort of thematically, some of the major themes that we've seen, and provided some information for the community on the issues that they and concerns that they express through the public comment process. A good number of commenters expressed, I'm sorry, before I talk about the comments themselves, I want to share with you and the public that we received comments from a full spectrum of our community. We received comments from staff members, parents and guardians, persons who identify themselves as both staff members and parents and guardians, MCPS students and persons who identify themselves as member of the community, but not necessarily a student, staff, or parent. So we had comments from a wide spectrum of our community. One of the first areas of note was a comment about an additional need for mental health professionals in our schools. Since we have emphasized through this policy the focus on student well-being, there was a lot of feedback on increasing the mental health professionals that are available in our school. And so, of course, we can always seek to improve, but it is noted that the board has increased staffing allocations in every budget cycle since FY 2017 to decrease student counselor ratios, so in increasing the number of counselors in our buildings. And in that same time frame, the board has increased staffing allocations for psychologists, social workers, and pupil personnel workers to support student social and psychological needs. A next area of comment was about a need for cameras or regarding cameras in schools. Now the board has recently made a commitment to increase the number or increase the use of cameras at the elementary level. However, currently the security cameras are in all high schools and middle schools, and all schools are equipped with our access control systems, which allow staff to see persons who are seeking to enter the school prior to them being allowed access to the building. And it's noted, should be noted, and it's noted in our safety and security report that there's little evidence nationwide or within MCPS to show that cameras alone are effective in preventing or deterring criminal or other inappropriate behaviors. Another area of comment was regarding guidelines for the use of student use of digital devices. And so with respect to that area of comment, we'd like to highlight that students are made aware of and required to agree to follow procedures outlined in MCPS regulation IGTRA, which is user responsibility for computer systems, electronic information, and network security, as well as MCPS regulation COGRA, personal mobile devices. They are also made aware of potential consequences for inappropriate use of digital devices through the MCPS Code of Conduct. And that includes using these devices in contexts such as bullying, harassment, or otherwise violating the privacy of their fellow students. It is also to be noted that the board is in the process of developing a policy on educational technology, and that policy will address, in addition to some of the things that I just referenced, it further intends to further address issues related to data privacy and even screen time. So this is an issue that the board for which the board recognizes the importance in continuing to work. Another area of comment was regarding bullying and cyberbullying, and it's noted that MCPS curriculum standards address bullying, and the board's FY20 budget includes implementing a new platform to create an improved physical, social, and psychological support framework to strengthen school safety and student security. And this is our Be Well 365 program. And also, we are implementing an online reporting system for bullying reports during the 2019-2020 school year, which will help with the tracking and investigating and monitoring of complaints of bullying. Commenters also noted a need for an emphasis on in the area of school safety is training and protection for school staff, and there was a reference to including school-based violence in the policy. We
we have addressed that issue. I will share that with you as we look at some suggested edits to the comments. But in particular, we would refer the board and the community to the Safety and School Report, which School Safety and Security Report, which addresses the effective allocation, utilization, management, and training of school security and personnel staff, where it talks about providing enhanced security training for principals and other administrators who are expected to intervene in situations of conflict with students. Another area of concern expressed through our comments was the use of e-cigarettes, vaping, Juuls, and devices of that nature on campus. Those, the use of those devices and the consequences for such use is addressed in the MCPS Student Code of Conduct. There were concerns expressed about entry and exit paths to schools. And we pointed out, we point out in the response to the comments that we do address within the policy itself, effective safety strategies for school buildings, the importance of focusing on effective strategies for school buildings and facilities, and this is addressed in section C4 of the policy. There was a few commenters referenced a need for staff to be as well as parents and guardians to be trauma informed. This is another area that we are addressing in the Be Well 365 platform and programming, and we will be incorporating knowledge, skills, and abilities as one of the essential areas being addressed in the Be Well 365. And we do, in fact, address trauma-informed practices in the policy itself. And finally, there were a few comments about requesting that school psychologists be a member of each school's threat assessment team. This is a requirement, actually, by the Maryland Model Policy that school-based mental health staff be a part of the behavioral threat assessment team. And the regulation to support this part of the policy is in development, nearing completion, and has very specific details about that. In addition to these thematic areas, we received many comments from the public that expressed concerns about personal situations regarding students and staff, just experiences that they had, did not directly comment on the policy itself. And some of those comments have been forwarded to appropriate staff for further follow-up. So in response to the comments and other feedback, I'd like to share with you suggested edits from the Policy Management Committee, and you find those in at attachment E. The committee recommended draft. And the first of those edits are reflected on page 6 of the policy. So among the comments, there were questions about, and this is the accountability section of the policy, there were questions about how feedback was going to, from students, staff, community, all members of the community would be incorporated into the process. So there was reference in the policy to assessing our existing prevention and early intervention programs related to school safety and their efficacy using a variety of metrics, and we discussed including feedback from students. So in response to public comments, we've added gathering student feedback from the staff and the community as well. The next edit that's proposed by the Policy Management Committee is at line on the same page on line 141. As I referenced in going over the summary of the comments, one of the group of comments suggested that the systems for monitoring school climate data did not capture fights that are occurring in school and the impact that they have on the school climate. So we have added that category to the list of the items that will be captured in
Do you-
our data monitoring.
Could I say something here?
Please do.
They originally wanted the word violence. I hope that's
School violence,
not,
yes.
I would just think that was a bit strong, and this is much more particular.
Okay. So that is the comment on at line 141. And then also in the same set of comments, there was a reference to the fact that we need to ensure that best practices when ensuring that crises arise at school and there's a staff response, how are we ensuring that there is a fidelity of implementation and use of best practices in responding to circumstances at schools. And so we have added to this section, each principal is responsible for ensuring that schools an on-site crisis team. It's available to support all students and staff. It's comprised of members who are trained in de-escalation and physical intervention skills and compliance with board policies and MCPS regulations. So these things will continue to be covered in training practices. We also had, thanks to Mr. Clark, we had a great outreach to our public safety partners, and over the next couple of pages you will see where we have updated some edits to, well, first of all, properly note on page 7 that the model policy for behavior threat assessment was developed by the subcabinet of the Maryland Center for School Safety, and you see it underlined in this way because there will be a hot link there in the policy to take the reader to directly to that. But then starting on page 11, we have several references on the next couple of pages, 11, 12, and 13, where we have reflected our partnerships with other public safety agencies, including Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Services and all of the public service agencies throughout the county. On page 14, we have made some edits to number 4 and a new number 5. The best way for me to explain this edit is that through the public comment asking for clarity on how the community would be informed about crisis situations, it became apparent that the number 4, as it was written in the original, in the first draft that went out for public comment, we tried to do too much in one paragraph, so we broke it apart and we have a new number 5. So number 4 rather is speaking to informing the community of the options for accessing the anonymous reporting system. And number 5 speaks to, in collaboration with local law enforcement and other partners, we will be prepared to monitor and assess the information and respond to the information we receive from the anonymous reporting system, and develop and implement procedures for communicating with the community regarding matters pertaining to school safety and security. So it's line 350, starting at "and," that's really the new language, and further develop. Above that, we're just breaking it out for clarity. And on page 16, we received a comment that was directed toward number 10 about the MOU that we have with ICB, the Interagency Collaboration Board, for managing the use of our school properties after school time. And that caused us to think about the fact that we have more than just that one MOU in place. And so we broadened the edit. Staff suggested board Policy Management Committee agreed to broaden that recommendation to require a review of the MOUs with all of our county partners, and then we added language in 10B at 390 to 93, 390 to 393 to reference that we're also talking about before and after school programs and events, so that we can also touch upon the specific comment about relationship with ICB. And finally, at number 11, there were comments about receiving feedback on the data about the behavior threat assessment results throughout the year. So we have added to the periodic reports that the board will be making regarding the status of school safety and security, data about school-level behavioral threat. And that concludes the proposed edits.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Williams. Dr. Connolly, or I call you Captain Smith, Captain Clark, I can't help it. Do you have any comments you'd like to make in relation to this?
I just think this was a great collaboration on the part of a lot of.
Turn your light on.
Sorry. Coached up here. I just think this was a great example of collaboration across the county with our different providers of service and our parents and students. And I think, once again, MCPS is on the cutting edge when we deal with school safety and the wellness of our students.
And I would agree with Mr. Clark that in terms of looking at the collaboration that is taking place across all the different community partners, and in collaboration with the Maryland School Safety Center, and working with Mr. Clark on this before he came to MCPS. But I would not be remiss without saying, and talking about the beginnings of this project, even before the law, and looking at the school psychologists who brought this forward in terms of a need in MCPS, and that seeing that although there were procedures for suicide, there were not procedures for threat assessment. And so we are very thankful that we were able to use the feedback from our staff in our schools who are on the front lines and seeing this and being able to see it come to this point.
Thank you both. Now, any comments from board members?
Ms. O'Neill?
Well, I think this is one of the most important policies that we're adopting. I mean, our students' well-being and safety is paramount. I mean, when we adopt our capital budget, health and safety is our number one priority. And, the world we live in is very different than when I was a child. There are many more threats, many more things to worry about. So I think we have to plan, prepare, analyze, and then at the end of the day, pray that no terrible event happens here in MCPS. But we have to do everything we can to make sure that our buildings are secure, that we practice the drills that are necessary, that we have in place staff to do behavioral risk assessments so we are aware of the possibility and support our students, and work with our public safety partners. But, I think that probably people in Columbine and people in Parkland, Florida thought, oh, it'll just happen somewhere else. It'll never happen to us. And unfortunately, that's the way of the world. So this is a really important document, but it's the putting it into action. And I think it's not just adopting this policy, but certainly, when we do our capital budget, making sure that we're state of the art and that every building has what it needs. And then our operating budget. I really do think that next year in our operating budget, we need to continue with the mental health supports. But Pyle Middle School is not the first school to come to us. Poolsville has been asking for more security assistance. Northwest, Julius West is right on the heels of Pyle, so, it is important that we, expand those areas in our budget.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Anybody else?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for a job well done. I really appreciate the work you've done on this. Ms. O'Neill said something. She said well-being and safety is paramount. And I agree with that. But what I am a little bit concerned about is the sort of mental health of the younger children when you're doing these active shooter drills. And I wanted to know sort of what we have in place to prevent their being fearful all the time.
Okay.
And so when it comes to the active assailant drills, I know they're going to start conducting them at the elementary level for the students in the fall. And so first, we wanted to make sure that the presentation to them on what they are supposed to do in order to how to avoid, deny, defend is in developmentally appropriate fashion. We want to make sure that it's not in language that's scary. We're using language or words like, you know, like, or how to hide or how to get out and how to follow the instructions of the staff member that they are with. And so that, because we know like students, when they're going around and learning this, like they know, like my daughter's in 4th grade, like going into 5th. And she comes home, like they done a lockdown drill and it's like, okay. Just like a fire drill. We had a lockdown drill today, Mom. I want to go outside and play. So this has become part of their everyday kind of vernacular. But we want to make sure that the school counselors, the school psychologists, people are there in the schools when they are having these trainings for the students to make sure if there are students who are upset, that somebody is there to help them. And so, and that is repeatedly discussed throughout the training that they'll receive next year.
And if I could just add, I think we continue to build on the training that's been provided to all K through 12 staff at the high school level and the middle school level. Our students have been trained, and they really do understand that. And we saw that come into play at one of our high schools this year where there was a serious concern and a call went out for a potential school shooter in that school building. Those students did exactly what they were trained to do in terms of assessing the situation. They secured themselves inside the classroom, even further so inside a storage closet, and made a 911 call to Montgomery County 911 Safety Center. And as a result of that call, appropriate law enforcement services were directed to that school. So the key, I think, for all of us next year is continue the drills, practice, and very much so to debrief after every training or every incident so we can analyze any steps we need to improve upon and identify best practices and share those across the domain.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. If there are no other
Mrs. Wondrowski has her letter.
comments, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I know, these things are challenging. No, I too want to thank you all for your work. We talked about it at the policy committee meeting, but, I want to echo the comments, Mrs. O'Neill. I think this is such an incredibly important document, but it's really going to fall into the implementation and making sure that we are doing what we need to do. And I also just wanted to thank all of the parents, for providing, and community members and staff for providing so many comments, because it does really indicate how seriously people are taking this and the fact that they want to participate in making sure that we're able to do what's best for all of our students. So, thank you.
I had a question, Dr. Daka,
Yeah.
and it may have been mentioned at some point. So are we notifying the parents in advance to let them know in case students are coming home just a little bit still traumatized after going through the procedure? Are we letting them know in advance that we're going to be doing the training? Yeah, but before is probably better, so they'll be forewarned.
As a school system, we aren't operating in these mass, large-scale drills, live drills, without appropriate notification. We want to ensure that our parents know what's occurring as to these drills, so when their students come home, they can engage in a conversation. I think it's important that all parents have a conversation with their students in an age-appropriate way. What would they do within the school setting, but equally as important in a community setting. So what we're teaching our students are skills that they can use within the community when these strategies occur in those settings.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, we're ready to vote on this one. Those in favor of approving this policy, please signify.
It was moved. Yeah.
Doesn't have to move.
She didn't have to, you move it.
Well, she needs to.
There's no second.
I need to move it? She needs to move it. Oh, I move that we accept this policy by show of voting. Okay. I think that's
That's unanimous,
all of
huh?
us. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you,
so
Dr.
much.
Connolly and Ms. Williams and Mr. Clark. Really appreciate it.
We have come to the point, and I want to thank you as well. Thank you so much. We have come to the point in our agenda where we are going to take a recess, 15-minute recess. So it's 7:14. We'll pretend like it's 7:15, and we'll come back at 7:30. Okay? Good evening and welcome back to the board's business meeting. We are now at item 9 on our agenda. Dr. Smith?
Tonight, we're pleased to give an update on the 2018-19 reorganization of some central services that were designed to focus and enhance the direct support we provide to schools. Montgomery County is a very, very large organization, to state the obvious. And so making shifts in the way we do business is a challenging and exciting opportunity as we think about how we can better support our soon-to-be 207 schools when we open Snowden Farm Elementary School in Clarksburg this fall. And so a lot of work has been done. I have had the opportunity to meet with many of the people in this room several times across a variety of topics, and certainly they have worked hard to create the best possible services, and they will continue to do that. We will continue to refine this effort in the coming weeks and months as we think about the opening of a new school year with a structure in place and what shifts we need to make, what additions we need to make to the FY21 budget, and how we do all of those things. The reorganization primarily impacted the Office of School Support and Improvement and the Office of the Chief Academic Officer as we looked at how to do this work. And there's been a lot of meetings, as I said, a lot of monitoring and a lot of adjustments made, and we will continue to do that. Staff's going to share with you the collaborative and coordinated efforts that they provided. As I said, I've had the chance to meet many times with them, and I've heard a lot about their work from them as we've talked about how the work was going, specific activities and actions and efforts in schools, and as we've talked about the change management process and the project management process. So it's been a very informative and effort-filled year, and I really want to thank them, all of the individuals in the room, as well as the many, many other individuals engaged in this work. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Statham and Dr. Navarro as they continue this presentation, and we hear from a variety of staff members.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. It's really our pleasure to be able to talk about the work, how we're collaborating within OSSI as well as with the OCAO's office, but also our other partners across central office. So before we begin, and I'll jump in because I think the real interest is in hearing from the staff, how we do the work, how we engage with one another. But I do want to acknowledge the team that is in the room. They are genuinely excited about the work. You know, and I've invited all of you to come through my office and just see how they work together each and every day to plan for how they're going to provide direct support to schools. And I do think it's also important that we started this conversation about November of last year. So we didn't just jump into it. There was a lot of planning. We benchmarked against other large school districts that have a similar goal, and that is to make sure that all of the resources and supports are geared towards schools. So we did a lot of homework. We came up with what we thought would work best in MCPS, always knowing, though, that we needed to be nimble. If we needed to make mid-course corrections, that we would be willing to do that. So we've done that, and at this point, I think what I'll do is just let you know what we're going to be talking about this evening. We'll be talking about how we leverage our resources, how we're building capacity and coordinating supports to schools, and again, the direct support to schools, and assessing our progress. That's really important. So before we jump in, I'd like to share that we have a short video that provides an overview of the reorg.
Beginning in January of 2018, the MCPS Office of School Support and Improvement was reorganized to strengthen direct support to schools to improve teaching, learning, and leading. The implemented change shifted OSSI from a level-alike structure with 2 associate superintendents and a team of 15 directors to 3 school support teams that now support pre-K through 12 in clusters of schools. Each team is led by an area associate superintendent with 3 directors of learning, achievement, and administration, and 9 learning and achievement specialists. Together, each school support team is equipped with a comprehensive toolkit of expertise across content areas to help build the capacity of school-based administrators and instructional staff, and to better meet the needs of our students. This new structure successfully maximizes opportunities for specialists to engage in learning-focused partnerships with school-based leaders and strengthen vertical articulation within school clusters. With a focus on improved outcomes for all students, OSSI develops and refines comprehensive and coordinated programs and services that target 3 key areas. 1. Learning, accountability, and results. 2. Operational excellence. 3. Skillful leadership. Last year's reorganization has allowed OSSI to better align its practices and processes to provide more direct and differentiated support to schools. Thus, the ongoing collaboration and school improvement processes are driven by district priorities, along with school and student needs. And this year, a district-wide survey revealed that 8 in 10 principals agree or strongly agree that support from OSSI is having a positive impact on learning and achievement at their schools.
So good evening, and I want to talk a little bit about leveraging our resources. So as structures change in the office of in OSSI, so did some changes happen in the CAO's office. But for us, the work between Dr. Stathem's office and my office was about really understanding how we were going to best work together to support schools. And in discussing that, we learned a lot through this process. I think getting feedback, all of our staffs have gotten feedback from school level staff, as well as in Central. We had conversations and discussions about how it was going, and I have to say in September, I feel like we were so green compared to where we are today. And we're gonna be even farther ahead as we move forward into next year, because we've been learning as this process has taken place. But some of the things that we thought about as we came together was, the roles and responsibilities of both of our staffs, and specifically the instructional specialists, which leveraged our opportunities, and you'll hear in detail tonight about coming together, discussing our roles, our responsibilities, and how we were going to maximize opportunities to better support schools. We also talked about how we do professional development and what's the way we were going to provide opportunities for professional learning in this new structure. You'll hear a little bit about that as well. And then communications. My office has communications with communities and staff around multiple areas, and so does Dr. Stathem's office. And part of coming together was having conversations around the kinds of engagements that we have with staff and faculty, and as well as the community, and how to streamline communications across schools, and most importantly amongst our office, so that we had one common message and we did the work and approached the work so that schools felt like any structural changes in central office just equated to more supports for them. We collaborated in discussions around staffing and special programs, and we also talked about how we deployed supports to schools and what that looks like. So tonight, you see that we are joined both by office, the associates from both Dr. Stathem's office and my office, to go into a little bit of details around those areas. I'm going to pass that to you.
So before we really dig in, last spring we had a charge from Dr. Navarro and Dr. Statham to sit in a room and figure it out. How are we going to do this work together? And as we developed those plans and talked about our key priorities, we realized we needed other voices in the room. And so one of the things we did is went back to the Associates PLC. So the Associates PLC meets every Monday for about 2 to 2 hours. And the purpose of our work really is, we lead with the premise that every office exists to support schools. That's why we're here. And so we spend our time talking about the key bodies of work in the system, the evidence of learning, the equity accountability model, and school improvement plans. It's late, I'm sorry. And it's Monday. And it's Monday. So we leverage our resources within the offices to really think about the communications to schools, the supports to schools. We think about the impact of our individual work on schools. And so we try to align ourselves. We go over some of the key bodies of work. For example, last week we talked about the next part of the equity accountability model that is rolling out. And so our goal is really to not only talk about it, but make sure that when it gets to principals, that it makes sense. So we kind of check each other. We hold ourselves accountable for our support to schools.
Good evening. I just want to talk about the work that we've done with our instructional specialists. As Dr. Statham said, many of the specialists moved to the Office of School Support and Improvement, and we wanted to make sure that our work was still connected. And so the associates came together and we created the Instructional Specialist Professional Learning Community, or PLC, and the specialists met regularly, at least 6 to 8 times throughout the year, where they would get updates from other offices. We would discuss the key bodies of work in our offices and really discuss what the implications were for our work and how we would work together and support that work. Wanting to make sure that there was one message going out to schools, that schools really got the sense that we were talking to one another and working together. And so we're going to continue the PLC. We know that we've gotten a lot of feedback from our specialists about how we can make upgrades. And so we're going to make those upgrades, specialists over there, and to really make sure that they have a lot of voice and are leading a lot of that work as we move forward. The other thing I wanted to share is the work that we've been doing with new curriculum. Obviously, we are in the process of rolling out the new curriculum at the middle and elementary school levels. And we have been working very closely with OSSI in terms of our training, and then coming together to talk about the implications, how do we support schools with new curriculum and training. So that's another really key piece. And this is just a visual of a lot of the work that is happening in the Office of School Support and also with curriculum as we move forward.
Right. And so the next slide is, we're going to show you a video. I want to just set it up because it's a piece of the work that we do working with cluster principals. It's great work, and our learning and achievement specialists and some of the other central office specialists help us in that work. And so you're going to see a video that captures some of that work.
Throughout the year, school support teams apply their skills and knowledge to help lead the school improvement process. Here, learning and achievement specialists are facilitating a meeting with the school leadership teams in the Springbrook High School cluster. The specialists are guiding an analysis to develop a meaningful cluster-wide math goal.
And then we came back together as a group in March and we came up with those classroom observation look-fors.
The Springbrook cluster is a brand new cluster coming together, and it's been really amazing to see how the leaders, along with our staff development teachers, have worked shoulder to shoulder to get to know each other, to get to know each school's story and adaptive challenges, and then to share best practices.
We've been working with the Springbrook cluster to develop a math cluster goal. And rather than start in the fall and just kind of pick something out of a hat that wouldn't be meaningful, we really wanted to do a deep data dive to determine what is it that the students in this cluster need K-12.
Answering these questions about confirmations, surprises, disconnects, just what do you notice about this? What was powerful about this data that just has to come forward?
They walked us through how to identify a goal, how to look for the students that we need, what data we needed to collect. They really helped us develop our plan to ensure that we're doing the most that we can for student success.
Coming together has been invaluable for sharing best practices and resources, and it's also been really helpful to see the vertical articulation So being able to hear the high school and middle school's perspective of how we can strengthen instruction at the elementary level has really refined our work.
The nice thing about looking at the K-12 model is that the students don't stop being yours when they leave your school, and they are always yours before they get to your school. And so you need to know their story.
We'll measure it formatively as a cluster several times a year, doing walkthroughs using a similar tool.
We're laying really strong foundations, and they've been pivotal, the Learning and Achievement Specialists, in helping to plan and implement and support myself, the teachers, and just be a face in the building and be an ear and a voice. So we wouldn't be doing this work without them.
The specialists have been instrumental in being good thought partners, being able to push us and helping us to really drill down the data, then helping us to find that area where we can all agree to work on as a cluster.
I get so excited when I see that work. Tonight, Kevin and I are going to talk about the collaboration between the Office of Special Ed and the Office of School Support and Improvement. As Cheryl mentioned, we were given the vision from Dr. Statham and Dr. Navarro around what this shift was going to look like and how we would create new agreements around how we were going to support schools. And so back in the spring, we started meeting to talk about what is the current model, what are the needs of schools, and how will we make that shift. We determined roles and responsibilities of staff, as well as how we would be monitoring the support and deploy resources. That was really our charge. We developed several feedback loops, which we knew would be important. As Dr. Navarro shared, we had a current way of doing it and we were shifting, and it was important for us to be able to circle back. Among the feedback loops were meeting with school staff. We had the great suggestion from Dr. Smith to call principals just randomly and say, how are things going? What's working? What's not? And so in all three areas, we collected that feedback, as well as Dr. Statham used her principal MAG team to get feedback around what's working, what's not, what are some upgrades. And Kevin has a special ed MAG as well that he runs. So we had several repeated opportunities to see what was working and what wasn't.
MAG.
Sorry, what's the form? MCAP Advisory Group. So it's our stakeholders. So Dr. Statham's is principals from all three levels that come together every other month.
Yes, and also it includes central office staff members.
And so it's a great way to really, because they speak, when they go to their PLCs, they collect feedback and bring it, so on behalf of their stakeholder group, so it's a really great way to gauge what's happening. So in early spring, the Office of Special Ed and OSSI presented to principals during the central services meetings to say, here's what we heard, here's what you identified as working, here's what's not working, and here's how we're trying to make that shift to address your needs. So some of those agreements that we agreed upon back in the spring and in the summer weren't working. So for example, we had set up that every request needed to go through the director. And the rationale for that was that we wanted to be able to monitor, to triage, to be able to really see, okay, is this something for our team? Is this something that we have to reach out to another office to provide collaborated response? And what we were told was, we understand that, but it's not really timely nor efficient. And so one of the adjustments we made is we created a quick reference guide. If this is your issue, this is possibly how to address it, as well as here's who you should call and reach out to. Still loop your director in and your supervisor, but not everything had to go through the director because that was slowing up the process. So that was an example of an upgrade. When we received the feedback, much of the feedback was around technical concerns around the Maryland Online IEP. And so that was just directly contact Sperry Silverman. You don't have to go through the different channels. Let's cut out the middleman and still create a method for monitoring the needs so that we can stay on top of that. And so we do that through frequent meetings with Kevin. The directors meet with the special ed supervisors, and the learning and achievement specialists collaborate. So we still have a really good finger on the pulse of what's going on, but we're not wasting time necessarily. In terms of our learning and achievement specialists, that was an example of how they were supporting cluster work. They've done a lot around supporting schools in the area of special education. They participate in regular meetings with the supervisor, and they do that to discuss the school-based needs as well as help with the development of functional behavioral assessments, intervention plans, IEP audits. They review master schedules to see when are kids getting their services, is it pull-out, what are the opportunities, what are upgrades that could be made. They also consult with the school teams regarding placements. They act as liaisons between school-based administration to deploy human resources. And we each have within our areas, although we expect them to be able to help with a variety of issues, we do have those go-to people on our teams so that we can really address the concerns in a timely fashion. So that's the work currently that's happening, and those are the tweaks that we're making as we go on. As Dr. Navarro said, we're continuing to refine and upgrade, but we feel like those feedback loops have been critical in how we've done our work and how we will continue to do our work, because it's been clear that supporting the schools is our #1 priority.
So first of all, I want to thank the board and thank the schools and thank folks up in here in central office for having a little patience with us as we work through these adjustments. You know, it wasn't just an adjustment for the school to find out where to go and get the help and where to support, but it was also an adjustment up here for our people to find out, you know, how do we support schools in an efficient manner? You know, special ed office had worked in a silo for a long period of time where everyone that they knew, everyone that supported schools and special education was located within the special education office. And so all the folks that were in the office knew each other well, had been working together for a long period of time. And now we are making an adjustment where, you know, some of the support for special education was no longer within the special education office, but within OSSI. And so my folks within my office and OSSI, we all needed to learn how to support schools around special education. And it took a little time, and and I think, we heard it from schools that it wasn't efficient, but I do believe that because we're looking at data and where the schools need the help and where they need the support, we're doing a better job of being able to offer a timely support to schools. You know, one of the areas that we're collecting data on is that we did notice that schools need support within the technical area, and that, schools shouldn't, like Diane said, go to the director in OSSI to get a help and support with a technical issue within a special education area. And so we created, we call it like the phone book, who to call, when to call, and for what help and what support. And we gave it to principals, we gave it to the RITSIs, and we gave it to all the assistant principals. And we're noticing that we're getting calls regularly to the people that need to get the calls, and we're hearing that it's more efficient. IEP meetings, we're visiting many IEP meetings between both offices, and we're looking at and we're talking about where are the most difficult IEP meetings and what are some of the areas that we need to really help and support schools, either maybe with staffing or some other specialty area within special education. But it has really created an open dialogue on some difficult cases that I think it would have taken a little bit more time to resolve if we tried to resolve it alone. Having the help and support of the other offices has really been beneficial. And the other thing is observations. No longer are the observations about students and the discussions around our students need the help and support of special education residing only within the special education office. Now folks within OSSI are going out and looking at students that are struggling and really are part of the discussion about, what other helps and supports can we offer struggling students within schools, and does it really require special education services, or does it require something else within the school to offer different helps and supports? For me, it's exciting because, special education now is part of the work of not only the Office of School Support and Improvement and the school improvement work, But it's also part of the work of curriculum. When we're rolling out curriculum, we're getting ahead of it, and we're talking to the curriculum vendors and to Nikki Hazel's folks about what help and support can we put up front on rolling out a curriculum rather than playing catch up and trying to figure out where the schools and the students need help and support. We're working with Jonathan Bryce's shop on the 365 rollout because, one of the areas that we all know in special education that we struggle with is suspensions. And so really building around social justice and all the other areas that office is working on is going to help special education students and build a sound foundation of where to help and support all students. And that should lower some of the suspensions that are going on within special education. So we do collect data on all the different types of help and supports. One of the big helps and supports that we're going to get this year is the Kirwan Commission money. In the original budget, I think we allocated 40 positions, but with the Kirwan money, we're going to be able to allocate quite a few positions to really help and support schools. One of those areas, and I know many of you went and saw Magruder and the great work that's going on there in their program for students with emotional disabilities. And this will allow us to kind of take some of that work that's going on there and spread it out to all of our programs within schools that are working with students with emotional disabilities. So it's going to allow us to have a social worker within each one of those programs, because one of the things that we learned from Magruder is getting ahead of the issues with a social worker by working with students before they get upset is really beneficial. And prior to having this Kirwan money and being able to do that, we had those positions resting up here within central office, but we didn't have enough for every program. And the reality turned out that we were using them to put out fires rather than to get ahead, really develop and support relationships with students, healthy relationships, and teaching them how to de-escalate, and then really getting them back into the general education classes where they can be successful. So I'm excited about that. Another thing with the Kirwan money that we're looking to do is we're looking to add 3 support positions within the Office of Special Education, because when we looked at the data, some areas that really popped out this year were behavior issues going on within some of our general education classes. And we were getting more and more calls up to our office to get consult for students that teachers are having a difficult time trying to put some behavior strategies into place. So we're going to look at adding a position that will go out and work with general education teachers that are having problems with students that are misbehaving within the classroom. Another area is, if you look at our growth, and we've added 530 students next year, and this is the 4th year in a row with well over 500 students, one of the fastest growing programs is autism. And so one of the areas that we've done a great job in is we've provided a great job of hiring teachers and paraeducators for that program. One of the areas that we haven't been able to do, but we will be able to do now, is provide additional support from central office for those programs. So I'm really excited about being able to do that. With so many new teachers that we've hired over the last couple of years, we've also had, just like everyone else within Montgomery County Public Schools, quite a bit of retirements with our leadership positions. Our resource teacher and special education positions, which is the lead special education person within a building. And so we've hired, over the last couple of years, 50 new people in these positions. And we're looking to be able to provide a little bit more help and support for those people, because those are really the boots on the ground in the classroom supporting special education teachers. And we need them to really understand all the process, procedures, and the strategies that they need in order to help the schools be successful. So we're looking to add some help and support for them also. But once again, I'm excited to be working with all the offices up here in central office to be able to look at through the special education lens on their work, and to help our people understand the bigger work that's going on, because that also helps them become more effective in their work with special education students.
So we've prepared one more video. The first video was the Learning and Achievement Specialists working with a cluster, and this will highlight Learning and Achievement Specialists working to support a school in their school goals.
Learning and achievement specialists routinely use data-driven decision-making to address institutional barriers to student success. At Pinecrest Elementary School in Silver Spring, specialists are pairing together grade-level ESOL and special education teachers to improve collaboration and streamline instructional processes for articulation, master scheduling, and the specialized services they provide to their students.
The level of accountability and collaboration between special education and between ESOL service providers has to be seamless.
Today, we tried to build competence trust with teachers to allow them to think differently about how they make instructional decisions for and about students, but to feel like experts while they were doing it.
We tie our work back to data, and when we look at the data of the students who are receiving ESOL services and receiving special education services, when we see students struggling, we had to look at what are we doing as a school and what are we doing as a system to support those students, and that brings us back to structures and processes.
We don't want 6 kids that need fluency work in 6 different classrooms.
One of the things that drives the student success is that schedule. When they're receiving services, how and who is providing the services. We want to make sure that it's a holistic effort for the whole school, and that led us to let's revamp this process.
We have a really great relationship here at Pinecrest, and we have a great relationship with the teachers, and so we were able to offer some suggestions to think about the instructional models that are going to meet the needs of those students, and then building around them. We're going to build our master schedule around them. We're going to build our classes around them so that students prioritize number one, and then everything else becomes about providing a structure for those students to be successful. Now, the only thing to consider is the services.
The specialists came in and helped us group the students. We can really hone on the strengths and weaknesses of our students.
The learning and achievement specialists have just created a level of trust by their willingness to work alongside of our staff members. It also has invited people to kind of trust the process and trust them.
Her reading instruction is grade level.
I think what has been most impactful from today was we built a relationship and set an expectation for teachers to collaborate together because they share the same students, and that will change outcomes for students.
So, just to sum this up a little bit before we open it up for questions, as you can see that, we use multiple ways of gathering data, making sure that we have invested time on the front end to establish relationships with school staff, because one of the things that we know and have learned in the past is that central office people have all the answers and that we're going to come in and tell you what to do. And I think that part of what you heard was how the specialists interact with the staff in the schools, because we learn from them as well, and we have to be active listeners. So we really do rely on our school voice data. I mean, I think you heard a little bit about some of the feedback that we've been getting. Again, it's positive, but we also still have a lot of work to do to make sure that we can specifically measure our impact in schools. So one of the things I don't want to get into a whole lot of detail about is how we look at school visits, how we collect that data, how it's rolled up within the teams, how those school support teams meet every other week. They roll up that data to the directors and associates, and then all 206, soon to be 207 schools, all of that rolls up to me. So it's an ongoing process, not only to look at the data, but also the voice data and what we're hearing from the schools, but also juxtaposing that with our equity accountability model data and the evidence of learning data to see, are we really deploying our resources and support in a way that makes sense? We should have more frequent visits to schools that need more help. It needs to be coordinated across our offices, but also we talk a lot about the 3 area teams, but we're one office. We are one OSSI team. So we share specialists across those area teams. If we need more special education support in a particular school or cluster, then we deploy regardless of who they're assigned to. So it's continuing to be a work in progress, and we look forward to the next chapter. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I'm going to go around the table. I'm going to start with Ms. Dixon, if you have any questions. We'll just go around.
Just really quickly to clarify, can you just walk through, so, there's Dr. Statham, there's the three, there were a lot of areas mentioned that so there's the learning and achievement specialist, but that's different than the instructional specialist, and just kind of give a pyramid.
So Dr. Statham wants to respond.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that no, it's fine. And it's all about communication so that people are crystal clear about the roles. And that's something that Diane and Kevin were talking about, that's a constant refinement that we're making. So yes, there's me, the Deputy of the Office of School Support and Improvement. There are 3 area associate superintendents, Cheryl, Diane, and the one who defected, Daryl. And I have feelings about that, but that's all right. And then there.
Clear communication.
And so each area associate superintendent has 3 directors of learning, achievement, and administration. So they are the ones who really work most closely with the learning and achievement specialists. And there is a history to that, because when we reorganized, the work was going to be different. We were not simply going to shift people across offices and have them do the same work. While we're really fortunate to have these folks come with deep levels of expertise, there's cross-pollination in terms of, for instance, we have equity specialists, former equity specialists, who are also well steeped in math, literacy, special education. So one of the things that we did when we were looking at composing these teams was to look at all of the areas of certification, experiences, expertise. And actually with the reorganization, I think a lot of people think that we took all of Kevin's people, but 3 of those former supervisors are assistant principals in our schools now. And I've been able to visit them, and the impact that they have made in the schools because of their expertise has been magnificent. And it's good to check in on people. We have a point in time, but then these are people who have provided a lot of support at the central office level, and to hear how happy they are in schools and to be able to be closer to the kids has been really magnificent. So I hope that helps. It's pretty, for my office, it's we refer to them as the specialists, but there is a distinction between instructional specialists and learning and achievement specialists. I hope that helps.
So thank you all for the presentation, and I just wanted to just mention that one of the things I would really love to do, and I don't know if my colleagues would be interested in this, is just spend not a whole day, but some time with you when you go on a school visit. And of course we know you, Kim, well, and Nikki and Cheryl and Diane and Kevin, but I'm wondering whether you have any volunteers in the audience there from your learning specialists, and maybe a director who might just come up and just off the top of your head, just tell us what your day is like. just
The
share
only-
that with
the
us.
only-
I would love to do that.
What's a day in the life of?
Peter, I can tell you what I did today.
That would be great. That would be great.
Yeah, the only concern I had was they'd be tripping over each other trying to get down here to share, because again, they're.
Yeah, that's great, yeah. And, the other thing is also, I don't think I really know all of the, learning specialists. Maybe we could introduce them, I know some. I know the directors.
Yes.
So maybe we could do that first, introduce the, the achievement and learning people. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
These are all learning specialists?
Yes. The ones who were in the movie are right over there.
I know Janita.
Oh, yeah, it's right there. Sorry.
You want to say your name?
Well, I'm sure Lucas is going to have a fit because they're not in front of a microphone, but they speak loudly, as you can hear.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Good.
Everybody, Jeffrey Mayer, Area 1A.
Okay.
Heather Buchanan, Area 3C.
okay, folks, and I have problems. Excuse me. Say who you work with, the director.
Say your director, too. Jeffrey Mayer, Area 1A, Sergo, Dyson.
Okay.
Heather Buchanan, 3C, Jane Ennis, and Diane.
Vivian On, also 3C, with Jane and Diane.
Okay.
Lindsay De Silva, hi, Dr. Ennis and Ms. Morris.
Okay.
I'm Chris Love. I'm with Jen Webster and Diane Morris.
Okay.
I'm Jennifer Nord. I'm in Area 2A, Dr. Mike Zarchin, and associate to be determined.
Hi, Jennifer Losnick, Area 2A, Dr. Mike Zarchin, and temporarily being led as associate, Eric Wilson.
Okay.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Joanna Twin. I work in Area 2 with Dr. Morrow and TBDs.
Porsche Van de Horst. I work with Ms. Dyson and Dr. Scriven.
Hi, I'm Susan Gordon, and I work with Dr. Scriven.
Brian Friedland, I work for Dr. Scriven and Cheryl Person.
Hello, Malika Brown, and I am under Dr. Moran and Ms. Dyson.
Great.
Good evening, Teresa Parrott. I work with Dr. Sirgo and Ms. Dyson.
Hi, Janina Love. I'm with Mr. Eric Wilson and Ms. Diane Morris.
Jenna Landy, same team.
Chris Beers Arthur, same team.
Bill Boland, I'm with Jen Webster and Diane Morris.
Charles Alexander, I'm with Michelle Schultz, and the person that Dr. Statham referred to as a defector.
My name's Deborah Becker. I work under the leadership of Dr. Morrow for Area 2.
Okay. So thank you all.
Good evening, I'm Tia Washington. I work in Area 1B under Peter Moran, Director, and Cheryl Dyson.
Okay, great. So just tell us about a typical day. What does your day look like?
Well, I can tell you what I did today,
Okay.
which I think would be great. We'll start with today, and then maybe some things that I did last week. So today I came to work this morning, and I met with another specialist in a different area. I met with Heather, and we were working on the beginnings of planning how to support schools with the new school improvement process, because we will be meeting with specialists in Title I and special ed tomorrow. So we're working together across the teams to develop examples for our new school improvement plan. So that's what we started my day with. So got some cross office work done. Then I went to a school. I went to Churchill High School, and I met with the principal and the SDT and staff development teacher. And they wanted to do some work with planning out their leadership week and what some of the professional learning would look like. And based on their climate data and based on some data that we looked at this past year with getting some voice data from students, there needs to be some work in relationship building and cultivating community in the school among the leaders in the school, the teachers, and how that translates to the students. So we were looking at bodies of knowledge to start that work. So one book that I suggested, Onward Cultivating Educational Resilience by Elena Aguilar, she's written a couple books, we started to read it last week, so I met with the principal in the SET today to talk about where we were in the reading and if we thought that that book would be a good match for doing some leader learning for the summer and how that would be rolled out to the teachers and what the impact that would be for students. So I spent about 2 hours there working with that, and I came back and we did some more work with some school improvement planning. So a lot of shoulder-to-shoulder work across area, school improvement planning, anticipating meeting with other offices to engage in that work and how we're going to support principals, staff development teachers as they meet, and also department heads, because with the new plan, there's more ownership of the action that goes with it, and what that ownership means that there needs to be added support. So tomorrow we'll be working with that larger group to anticipate what that support's going to look like, meeting with schools to help guide them through planning that professional learning and being a support to them in that way. So that's what I've done today.
Okay. All right.
Typical what I do.
Yeah, big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. And it's only Monday.
Great. Great. Thank you. Did you get a chance for lunch, I hope?
Later, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did, thank you.
Good. Thank you. Yeah. Peter?
So,
Share your
I mean,
days.
first off, I would point out that obviously you can see that Miss Washington is an extremely intelligent partner that I get to work with on a daily basis. And I go back to, what Dr. Smith continually talks about, and that's like the collective IQ. And I think one of the things that, for me as a director working with 3 instructional specialists have extraordinary knowledge and experiences is how do I continually tap into that? And it's really about diagnosing the needs of each school and understanding what their specialty is and elevating that specialty to meet the needs of the school. So I think that one of the key components is we have 27 instructional specialists now, and how do you have one voice when you have 27 new people? And I think we've done an exceptional job at norming our language and norming our expectations and norming our values and vision for what we want to accomplish as an office. It's been an extraordinary experience this year for me, as a director. I think that another thing that we often talk about is that roles and responsibilities. I think sometimes we can get a little carried away with what our titles are. I'm appreciative of the fact that in OSSI we do what we need to do. It's in the best interest of children, regardless of if you're the director or if you're the learning and achievement specialist. You go into the school and you provide the support that's needed, whether it's hands-on in a classroom, one-on-one with the teacher, if it's with a department head, if it's principal to principal. So the touch that we have on schools, I think, has really been made a huge impact. I'm excited about the direction that we're heading. I think we've built some extremely positive momentum as an office, and looking forward to taking that into the summer and the start of next school year.
So when you go out, let's say one of your schools, your high schools, Richard Montgomery maybe? Yeah. So what do you do when you go there?
Well, there's a lot of intentionality behind a school visit. So I don't just go to a school just to say I'm going to go there. I usually have a very specific intention, whether it's participating in an administrative team meeting and discussing the school improvement planning process with them, looking at their data. I really I think all of our directors are big believers in observational data. So going on instructional walkthroughs with principals and side by side, shoulder to shoulder, walking into a classroom and asking them what they see when we leave the classroom, and kind of comparing what we think high quality instruction is and what we're looking for. So it really could be going to an instructional leadership team meeting after school. So there's a lot of intentionality behind when you go to a school. And I think principals are people that being a former principal, like things to be predictable. Also, they like to know the intention behind the visit. What is the service that you're intending to provide, and not being surprised by why you're there.
Great, thank you. That was helpful.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Washington, Dr. DeFloria.
Wait, stay.
Stay.
I'm sorry. I have a question. Sure. Okay. If that's okay. So I appreciated the video and seeing how you were all working together. they were showing that you were talking about students and the overall, but I got the sense that it was more of like a general, at any point do you all sit down with people and say, and identify like students individually and what is it that they need? So for example, I heard a story from a parent the other night about that they were talking to some, their child had an IEP or whatever, and it was, I don't know, March or something, or no, I guess we started in August, right? But they were like 3-4 months in, and they went to the teacher and asked a question about their IEP, and the teacher wasn't aware that they had one. So how do we make sure that like every child is getting individualized as we're looking at deploying who needs what? How do we address that?
So one of the phrases that we often use in our office is turning numbers into names, and we are, defined by a lot of data and a lot of numbers. If you utilize performance matters and the data systems that we have and the equity and accountability model, you can really get down to individual students and start having conversations with principals about individual students within those focus groups. Being someone that misses students terribly. It's I think one of the things that we do as a team is really go in and have data chat, so to speak, about individual students, about their performance, about whether it's a specific instructional strategy that's missing, that they need, whether it's an engagement in a specific course. Data will tell you a lot. It's always interesting for us to sit down and look at data and notice that students could be doing extremely well in multiple content areas and not doing well in one specific content area, and then trying to find out what the story is about that individual student. There's a lot of opportunities to leverage things from one class to the next, one experience to the next, and I think by starting to, and just to go back to Richard Montgomery, one of the things that I've appreciated about Richard Montgomery is when I sit in their admin team meetings, they name students by individual, right? They name their names, and I think that is extremely powerful, especially as administrators who are supervising an entire class of 400 to 500 students, and they're getting down to the individual kids, and I think that's where we're seeing. Where we're changing the numbers and we're addressing the achievement gap. So,
great.
And then one of the things that we do as specialists is we've talked to school teams and had them think about reframing the way that they talk about students in their planning sessions with their names. Beverly Farms does a great job with this. Oh my God, what was it? Bell's Mill. They do a great job with this. So how did they speak about students when they're planning so that they can uncover, are there instructional implications for the support for this student? Are there structural implications for this? And we've actually led cluster-wide training on that, how you use data at a smaller level to have discussions about students by name. We've videotaped planning sessions of teachers talking about students by name, shown that to the cluster to help unpack that process for them, so that we're giving the leadership, building that capacity for them to model that discussion for their teachers, so that students don't get left off when you're meeting together in that collective capacity.
Well, I'm very happy about the vertical articulation work as opposed to the level of like stuff, frankly, because you can monitor those type of things as they go along and progress. I would think that would be really helpful. My really only other question, I mean, I had a bunch, but for right now, I'll just, in your stopping here and you're stopping there and you're an hour here, do you feel like you can really get a good enough sense of what's happening in the building in terms of, especially for like our directors and our associate superintendents and our area superintendents, and or do you feel like it would be more some principals had mentioned like maybe you need like a week in the building to really get a feel for everything that goes on, but I know that would take a lot more staff, but I was just curious as to your thoughts and being able to only be able to spend a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there, and how building this team of people around us does it need to grow and all of that kind of stuff.
So that's why it's important to differentiate, and I think it would be helpful, Peter, if you talked about how when there is one visit, what the follow-up work is, and how from one visit to the next, we give schools time to implement some new strategies, and then when we revisit, is that helping?
Right.
Do you need more support around this? So talk a little bit about how we monitor and track all of what's going on in the schools.
So it's really a cycle. It's you know the I will say that starting last year the assessment that we did of schools was one that was done very carefully and strategically. There are times I think where we have provided very specific professional learning, and I think often we expect this like 1 week turnaround that practice will change very quickly. But as we know with change, it's a gradual process. It's a continuation of collecting data and allowing schools to see that progress is being made. I think often we focus on the need for very large gains, whether it's in teaching practice, whether it's in student achievement, and we need to just show schools that they're making progress to attaining the ultimate goal. With the differentiated support, how intensive or how consistent the time you spend in a school can vary, dependent upon their needs. We have found that again, like the visits, each visit is connected to the last one. And I think it's important, we constantly keep logs of, what we're doing from visit to visit to visit. We sit down and we analyze that data with, Dr. Statham and Mrs. Dyson and go through and look at the progress. If we're repeating the same message over and over again as we look at that data, clearly we're not taking the most strategic approach and need to change the way that we're either working with a leader or a department head. But it is a cycle. And I think one of the most powerful things about that cycle and really learning schools this year through these visits is that there's incredible resources within Montgomery County Public Schools. We don't always do the best job of maximizing the internal resources that exist within our schools. And I think by really learning schools and having that cycle of school visits and really learning about what's happening in an authentic way where it's not a show, we've been able to match up schools and create more networking opportunities to say, this is happening over here. Why don't we partner you, so that you can see something maybe not better, but maybe something that's being done differently, and consider ways to modify within your school culture about how you could apply those skills.
Dr. Smith?
I was just going to say, Peter said something really important right now, and it references back to what Kim said at the beginning of this presentation, and that is that we've tried to change, and I don't mean me, I mean we, all of the people in this room, the idea that somehow or another the central office brings the truth to the school and tells the school what to do, because the schools are filled with talented people. And I really think, Ms. Dixon, you had a great idea, and I just strongly encourage you, each of the board members, to just connect with any of the instructional specialists or with any of the directors and say, hey, I want to go along with you sometime, or you folks invite them. Because I've had the chance for multiple hours just to have them, and we just do pop-ups. I say, who's been working on math? And somebody stands up and says, this is what we've been doing at these 3 schools. And I've had the chance to hear specific work, specific teachers, specific grade levels. And I think that would be really instructive to the board members and help you see the value that these folks bring to the value that's in the school. And when that's combined, it's the collective IQ, the collective expertise, the collective everything. Because the schools have the power to do this, and these folks have the power to help them do it. And so I think that's...
Yeah, I love that idea. But then just making sure that the information and the professional learning is trickling down into the not leader people who are assigned as leaders, I think is really important. And I hope that the new evidence of learning data and all that kind of stuff is really going to be beneficial to all of you all in the work that you do, because I'm very excited about it. So,
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
So I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of reorganizations. You know, even way back when I started in PTA, and I met with in the area offices. You know, I have to say, I mean, change is always hard, and when you move people's job description to a different office, there's always anxiety. You know, when I looked at the agenda for tonight, and I looked and it said update on collaborative and coordinated support to schools. I thought, what are we talking? You know, I get it. I know what it, but I didn't really. I was like, what are we really doing here? But you know, this spring MCA had asked board members to visit 3 schools, and one of the schools I visited, I know that the reason they asked me to go visit and meet with teachers was that there are some climate issues. But, you know, as I met with the teachers over and over, they spoke very highly of the director coming in and working with them and listening to them. And as I was leaving that day, the associate and the director were both arriving to meet with staff and to meet with the principal. And, you know, the action really is not up here at Carver. The action is in the schools. And, you know, we do have the luxury today of being able to pull up the data at our fingertips, whereas 20 years ago, that wasn't the case. So, but it's also, you know, you can pull up the data, but when you see deficiencies, you've got to know what action to take. And the principals that know every student and talk about those students with you, you know, some schools may need more support than others to what do we do when the students don't know this area of math. And it is an advantage that needs to be used, and however many directors and learning and achievement specialists we have, we're not really going to be expanding those numbers because we really need to get more teachers in the classrooms. And so I know you're going to be stretched thin, but I think it's really important work, because some people do need more coaching than others, and especially supporting our new principal and even some veteran principals. So anyway, thank you for the update and the clarification of what this agenda item was. And good luck with all the leadership weeks and school improvement plans.
Before we move on, we'll allow you to go back to your seats if you like. I didn't want you to be, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
We could have everyone else come back up to the table, and if board members have questions that they want to ask directed to the presentation, we can have you answer those. Dr. Daka?
Okay, a couple of things. Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill, for calling this Carver. This is a historic building. It's very important to me that we know the history of this building. And I want to thank all of you, the directors, the associates, the deputy, and the chief academic officer. You're doing such a neat thing here. And the whole emphasis is on supporting schools and helping them to determine what skills they need and that they have. Because we saw that in the video, that they have all kinds of skills and they're showing people how to do things. So, and they're the people that are in the buildings. This is really important. And thank you, Ms. Dixon, for letting us meet all the people. In the quiz at the end. Oh, I know. And I certainly will pass it. So I've got to talk to Ms. Sergo before I leave today.
You're going to pass it.
But anyway, thank you all so much. And I did read the material, but this has really been much more helpful. Thank you.
Yes. Mrs. Silvestri?
Thank you for the presentation and helping me understand the work a little better. So you mentioned differentiated support. How do you determine that? Who gets what and how often?
No. Go ahead and talk about the criteria that we use.
So within our office last year, all the associates and the teams came together to really think about how do we tier our support to schools? Who need us the most? And sometimes schools could look great on paper in terms of achievement, but there are other things the principals say they need. And so we start really with looking at three things. We start with looking at the leadership. Is it a new principal? Is the principal changing levels, so going from elementary to middle school or middle to high? And what's that learning curve and how can we support them in doing that? We look at climate. So we take a look at our climate data. And we look really not at the climate as a whole, but we look at some key factors such as morale. There are 3 questions on the questionnaire about collaboration, about involvement in decision making. There's a question on there about feedback on my performance. Those questions we think are really important and tell a story. And so we consider that factor. And then the other factor we consider, of course, is achievement. So we look at the equity accountability model when that information is available to us, but that information comes from the evidence of learning. So we're able to look at the classroom, district, and external measures to really see where schools are struggling and where they might need support. And as always, we partner with the principal and the leadership teams. So we're not going in and saying this is what you need, but for us, it just helps us start in a good place to see where we need to support schools.
And Mr. Lowndes, you mentioned earlier in the presentation, I believe that some schools were reaching out to you about children that needed more, special ed children that needed more support. So there's things that you preventatively plan for, and then there's things that emerge in schools, and then you have to react. So what would happen in that scenario where you're getting a call about, oh my gosh, we need more support with whatever behavior or...
So first of all, what we try to do is we try to coordinate with the Office of School Support and Improvement. But we make sure that we're getting someone out there quickly. And so we try to make, if the call depends on where the call goes in. So if the call comes in to my office where they're looking for somebody, then we try to figure out, okay, what is going on in the building that you need some help and support with. And if it's a student that has an IEP, then we make sure that our supervisor is looped in, who's working directly with that school, and then they're going out and they're finding out from the principal what's going on and where they need the help and support, but they're also contacting the director that they're working with in that area that supports the school to tie them into the work that is going on within the building. If the student doesn't yet have an IEP, then the supervisor might call the director, and then they might brainstorm quickly, okay, can you get like your director out there, or can we get a learning specialist out there, or do you want me to go out there? But through collaboration and discussing what's going on in the building, we make sure that someone either within special ed or Office of School Support and Improvement is going out to the building and providing support. Whereas in the beginning of the year, we did make everyone go up. Okay, have you talked to your director yet? Okay, has your director talked to the supervisor yet? Has the supervisor then talked to the folks in our office that can go down and help and support? And I will say it took quite a bit of time, and it didn't take much time before the folks in my office and then the folks working with schools in the Office of School Support and Improvement told the associates that this is not working. So then we came together and we tried to figure it out. I mean, I do think that, we all thought we had a great plan on how this was all going to work and how the support was going to be coordinated and go out to schools. But, like we quickly learned, we don't have all the answers, and we have to learn quickly by the folks that are actually needing the help and support the schools, and also our folks providing the direct support to the schools, how to do that more efficiently. So, the good thing is everyone realized that we needed to change, and then we listened to the schools and the folks working under us. what that support should look like, and then we adjusted the supports based on the feedback from the schools and the folks providing the support.
So realistically, in the real world, if I
Yeah.
call you today, when can I expect some support?
So if you call me today, the first thing I was going to say is, what kind of help and support do you need, and what's the situation that's going on? And that really would determine how long it's going to take for us to get out there and help and support. But we should have someone out there immediately, and that, the goal is to get someone to talk to you and find out what's going on and what kind of help and support that you need, and to quickly coordinate that. My goal and our goal together is to get someone out there right away within the next day or two to provide the help and support. But depending on really what the support is, I would like to hear everyone say, yes, that is what's happening. But I'm sure you're going to find someone out there that's going to say that it might take a little bit longer. And so really, when we talk about how we can help and support schools, that's what we're talking about. How can we get the help and support out there more quickly? Because what we're hearing is that schools need it quicker, and that we're not necessarily getting it as quicker. We have heard we're getting better, and part of the getting better is coordinating with the offices and having us meet more frequently to provide the help and supports that schools need.
Dr. Smith?
I was just saying, part of getting better, and it was in the very middle of the presentation, though, is all of the data you've collected that you showed me 6 or 8 weeks or 2 months ago that you had up on that screen, and the idea that by using the data they've collected this year, as they add staff really in 4 areas, then that'll make the response even faster because they're adding the staff in the 4 areas where they get the most calls. So for our students with emotional disabilities, there's new staff in each of those sites in this coming year. For our students who are having, whether they have an IEP or they're pre-service, but real behavior problems, where it goes beyond misbehavior, but it's actually an indicator of some significant intervention is needed. And if we can do that without special education services, that's wonderful. But one of the jobs of special education is to keep kids out of special ed who don't need to be there. So that'll be there. The second one is in autism and autism programs. And the third one, well, there are 4, but the first one's in the emotional disabilities program. Then the other 3 staff members that are coming in, the last one is around supporting our over 50 new special education teacher leaders in our buildings. So did I get that right, Kevin?
Correct. And,
so those
and all the
are
new
new services coming this summer to our schools in the areas that have the data where we've had the most people call up and say, I need some help right now. So Kevin's done a great job working with his colleagues there at figuring all this out.
And I would say that, one of the areas that, support and time, one of the things with special education is we do have timelines on certain areas when we're providing support and help. And so, I think, where schools get frustrated with us is, when they have a student that does not have a IEP, individualized education plan yet, they want us to, folks from the office to go out there and give the plan tomorrow, and really the timelines are set that we have to follow, and I think that's where you hear some of the frustration, is that things aren't being done quickly enough in their mind, but the reality is that we are governed by these timelines that we must follow, and we must collect certain data to make sure that students actually qualify for special education services before they are, they get an IEP.
And just finally, I was very happy to hear that you are collecting a lot of feedback from different groups, and so encourage you to do that kind of systematically, anonymously, just so that people can really share what they're really thinking.
And Ms. Evans, I'm sorry I misspoke. I said Kevin's done a great job with his colleagues, but they've done their great job based on all the feedback they've gotten from all of these folks who are going in the school buildings every year and bringing it back to them. And the information I've had the few chances to hear from them, so.
Mrs. Wolf?
And I'm sorry,
Oh,
I think
sure,
it's
Dr.
important as well that we meet with the Special Education SEAC Advisory Committee chairs, as well as the MCC-PTA Special Education Chair, who have been really helpful in terms of this is what they'd like to see. So they have really helped us think differently about how we provide the support. So they've been an invaluable resource.
Mrs. Wolf?
I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you for your presentation. And most of the comments that I had in mind have already been said, but the most important one to me was that you're doing an evaluation and that you're making adjustments as you see that things aren't running the way that you thought. And continuous evaluation would be much appreciated. I think it's a great plan that you have to learn from the people in the building as much as from all of your staff, and don't assume that you know it all. That to me is the most important thing you can do. I just had one question about climate data. Who's providing the data on the climate?
So we have the yearly MCPS survey that's administered that we use as kind of the summative data point. And so we track the changes that we see in schools, but what directors do with principals is how do they get the feedback along the way that's formative to see how they're doing around those key elements, because there are a lot of questions, but we really focus in on, I'm part of the decision making, staff morale is high. And so you'll see that principals have different strategies. They might do a temperature check. The triads work together. And so they'll collect feedback so that when we get the final MCPS survey, we should know if we're going to expect to see gains or areas maybe where we didn't move or we lost ground. And then we really focus on what are those leadership moves that were made to improve that data. So now we're in the reflection stage.
What's a triad?
So the triad is the principal, the elected faculty rep, and then there's a support service faculty rep, and they meet monthly, and the triad problem solve. We know that climate ultimately rests with the principal, but it's really about the school teachers, the staff, the faculty working together to improve it. So they're the think tank to here's a problem and here's a potential solution, and so it's a collaborative process. Sorry.
Is there any opportunity to get any kind of input from parents?
So we talked about the school improvement planning process and the root cause analysis, and what are the data points when we get student voice, teacher voice, there's parent voice. So many of our principals at back to school night might do a survey because that's the night when you have the most number of parents in the building. So if you're working on something, that's a great opportunity. We coach around when are those opportunities when you have not just your PTA, because we know PTAs are great, but the PTA meeting doesn't always bring in the same crowd. So how do you really take advantage of those opportunities to collect that voice, that parent voice?
Well, I thank you for sharing. Unlike Pat, I understood what this was about because I had just asked Dr. Smith recently how the new structure was going, because we had been hearing that there were delays in getting service. So I'm glad to hear that you had already sort of course adjusted to try to address that, and I hope that you'll keep that in the forefront. Thank you.
Mrs. Smodrowski.
I just want to add on to what Mrs. Wolf was saying. I appreciate your comments very much. I too have spoken with many of you about concerns that we've heard, and I wonder if some of that doesn't come from the fact that teachers or the general people in the building don't necessarily understand how it's all working, and so that communication and whatnot, I think, is going to be very important. I think some of the delay, if I'm not mistaken, is what you were mentioning was more about observations that takes sometimes a couple weeks or several weeks. And am I right about that, or? Because if there's an immediate problem.
The consultations, when they need, when schools need someone to come out and really observe a student thoroughly, that's what they're referring to.
Okay.
And what Dr. Smith mentioned in terms of adding supports around that is one of the areas.
Okay, great. It'd be really great if we could get those positions sent to us. That would be really nice to see. And then I just, again, like along with what Mrs. Wolf was saying, I do want to say thank you for recognizing that this is a work in progress, making adjustments when needed. It gives us something to be able to go back to people who come to us with concerns to say that, this is something we're working on. And as far as the parent outreach, I was very glad to hear that you were making some random calls to to parents who either people recommended you talk to or whatever, who weren't afraid to speak out and say, look, this isn't about my kids specifically, this is about trying to make the process better. So keep that up if you can.
Final thoughts, Dr. Smith?
I was just going to share coming events. We're going to have a lot more climate and culture data. This summer we'll have the first set of the state survey of students. So that's coming. And if you remember in the budget that starts next week on July 1st, we have money to really look at a framework around school climate and culture. In fact, Dr. Statham and I have just been looking at that and how we'll use a cross-office, cross-association model to build that, because once again, it's a great tradition of the climate survey at MCPS, but there are probably ways to get even more information out of a couple of different structures that we could do. So in the coming months, we'll be seeing more of that. And then, of course, the equity accountability model has a equity and culture factor in it that will be rolled out this fall, and we'll have a lot more data that will help us think about that, because I think, as Peter said, data, behind every piece of data, there's a face and a name and an experience and a family and a staff member, and it all has to be considered. So lots of things to come, but really cannot thank you all enough, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, about the way you're serving schools in Montgomery County Public Schools.
So I'm the last. Everyone has really said everything that I was thinking. Ms. Wolf definitely mentioned the comment that I wanted to make about hearing about, adjusting midway. Really great to have an impromptu conversation with Peter Moran and Tia Washington. I know Tia, so I'm not surprised by her work. Right? Excellent. And if we're doing this quiz, Heather, Janita, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it was really great to have everybody here, and thank you all for all the work that you do day in and day out. I really appreciate that. So if there are no more final questions.
I tried to get it in 40 minutes or less. That's all I wanted to say.
It's okay. It's okay. So at this time, we'll say thank you, and then we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is consent items. At this time, I'll ask board members if there are any items that you wish to pull. Hearing none.
We do. We may not mind it sometimes.
Just this one about the energy consulting services extension.
So under 10.1? So pull 10.1?
So under 10.1, and I have one or two under 10.1 as well.
P063.
P063.
And 1013.
1013.
The tuition for I was just sort of curious.
So can I?
And then under that same 10, the summarized banquet.
10.1? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
488.1.
Yeah.
So can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, so we're gonna pull out items 10.1 and 10.13. And we're going to move the rest in block. It's been moved and seconded. Our meeting is still going on. All in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. So under item 10.1, we'll start first with Ms. Dixon. Is P dot 03? Dot 03?
P063. The
The
Energy Consulting Services Extension. Department of Facilities Management. Just curious what that's about.
Sure. MCPS spends about $40 million in energy costs. That includes electricity, water, and natural gas. Other than water, electricity, and natural gas is like commodity. We lock in price ranges anywhere from 1.5 to 2 years in advance. And that is to save the energy costs as much as possible, basically buying at lowest possible cost. And to provide that portfolio management, Internox has been our consultant for the last 3 years, and providing valuable expertise in when to buy some of these.
When to buy what?
Electricity and natural gas, and locking in prices in about 1.5 to 2 years in advance.
Oh, so we buy electricity?
Yes.
You know, we don't just use the, like, Pepco people?
So we procure about 75% in advance, and the other 25% we do buy them at current rate. And that's about safe range, because these prices go up and down like stock markets. So as it is commodity with everything else, and there's a lot of costs also associated with the delivery charges from coming where the energies are, and we're part of the BRICPAC, which is the regional buying purchasing network. So Internox is one of the consultants that provides these advices to us in terms of when it is and what has been the historic cost and what they anticipate the future price is going to be, and they provide when we think we should buy, and they provide valuable recommendations.
So do you think we save money by having them as
Absolutely.
consultant?
Absolutely.
You know how much that is?
The cost avoidance is in millions. And for managing a $40 million energy portfolio at $188,000 is very reasonable cost.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that one's good. Thank you. Should I just go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other one, my colleagues may laugh at me about this, but this is about the Summer Rise Banquet, which I'm really happy that we're going to have this culminating activity. So is there somebody who can speak to that? Okay. So what I'm hoping, Dr. Johnson, is that, since we will have mainly students, that we will have some food that they will like, as opposed to
Standard chicken.
the standard chicken, 3 asparagus, and the little potatoes that,
Basil
would be
or
something,
parsley.
like, I don't know what they do over there, but every time I go there, I won't say where it is, but I think everybody knows. It's always the same thing.
Right.
I don't think kids are gonna like that. So hopefully they can do, something else.
Okay, I will
Yeah.
certainly
Okay.
take that into consideration.
Great, okay.
Okay.
But I'm glad we're having it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we already have, it's on the agenda for, just for your approval, but we already have about $11,000 in sponsorships so far.
Oh,
And we're
nice.
getting more as we
Yeah.
go throughout the summer, so
Yeah.
hopefully it will wind up costing us much less than that.
How many kids do you think, how many people do you think? will
Right
be
now,
there?
we're planning for 500 students
Wow,
and their hosts.
that's a lot.
We're planning for
Yeah.
about an event for about 650 people.
Yeah. I thought the trucks out there were really successful the other day.
Yeah.
The ones with the Tex-Mex food, kids love that.
Yeah.
They love that, yeah.
That'd be a long line.
Yes.
600 people standing in line for the Tex-Mex. Henry, Dr. Johnson, before you leave, one of the questions that I had in reference to, I know that, and this is pointless for me to even say because there's nothing we can do about it, but I know that there are such a limited number of places facilities in Montgomery County that can hold large populations of people. They don't give us any kind of discount for any of, the fact that we too are a county agency?
Yes, they have.
Oh, they have?
That price you see is a discounted price when
Jeez. Well, all right then.
you're talking about 650 people.
Yeah, okay, and it comes. And that
We
includes the
anticipate
dinner.
that the total cost will be somewhere in the range of 25 to 35,000.
Okay.
And over half of that will be sponsorships and more. It may all get paid for. We don't know, but we know for example, as to today, when I met with Elaine Chang Baxter, who's the director who's coordinating this, there were about $11,500 in sponsorships already.
That's great. Well, I too am really excited
Yeah.
about the idea
We'll
that
work
we're
on the
doing
menu.
it, so.
If we have chicken, I'm gonna tease you for the rest of the year.
She'll never go again.
We'll work on the menu.
Did you have, Ms. Mondrowski, did you have another one?
Did.
Under 10.1?
Right at the top of the page 7, interactive reading intervention, responsible offer. is that, can you, someone explain that? Is that different from our new curriculum? Is this?
I'm sorry, can you give me the
Page
name?
7, the first one.
You gotta tell us the number.
4486.1, interactive reading intervention.
So this is an award to continue one of the interventions that we do have that focuses primarily help secondary students who have gaps in phonics. So some base levels. It is going to be one of the ones that are going to be thought of as a Tier 3 intervention for our secondary students, and this continues the options of Tier 3 interventions.
Explain to me the tiers.
Sure. So we have purchased a core curriculum that everybody's getting access to, and that would be considered sort of Tier 1.
Okay.
Within that curriculum, there's also some interventions, and those sometimes would be considered Tier 2. But students who have significant gaps in either mathematics or literacy, we, you heard of the Dyslexia Task Force, and so we have been working to bring forth, not just for elementary students, which we tended to have some interventions for, but all the way up to high school, a Tier 3 set of interventions for both literacy and mathematics. And so you have seen them as we have gone through procurement processes, because we have to go out to bid, or in this case, renew licenses. You've seen them sprinkled through the last several board meetings as we close out the full Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions to roll out to the schools and train them.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see an extension, that's why I wasn't sure if it was something new or different. And then I had basically a similar question in the bottom of page 6, 4475.1, the English for Speakers of Other Languages Instructional Program Consultants. That's different than our in-house people.
Yes, so we have a set of schools that are getting, one of the things that they identified was their need to specifically provide a lot of staff with discrete professional development for English language learning acquisition and how that happens. We've been collaborating with OSSI, and their director and our supervisor got together, looked at those couple of schools and said, we really need to bring some technical assistance. These folks are actually expanding the technical assistance to those schools, and so that's the contract that you see forward for this coming year.
So it's more professional development.
It's professional
supports.
development, and it is a lot of sort of teacher on the ground supports, yes.
Okay, great. And then
10.13.
10.13, but really quickly first, I didn't add it in, but the partial capitalization of selected capital projects, I know it was already approved, but is there a breakdown of, these are general, right? Is there a breakdown of schools or somewhere?
So partial capitalization, what that is our capital projects expands multiple years. Design alone, sometimes minimum takes 18 months, and construction takes 18. Sometimes in high school, it could be several more years beyond that. So partial capitalization, we do keep all the books in our department. So it counts for the funds that has been expended up to that particular fiscal year. And we do go through audits.
So these are already projects that were done, or not? Are there
Partial capitalization is projects that's ongoing. Ongoing in multiple years, and we're in the middle of it.
Okay.
So there's a few more years to come, and those are just projects that are under construction at this stages.
And I would just add to what Mr. Stein is saying. So an individual project, for example, on the
Let's
next
use
item,
restroom
that's
renovations.
at Chevy Chase Middle School, that we're closing it out. The BCC number 2, Silver Creek, it's done. We're closing it out. The partial capitalization for the projects that never really end because they're ongoing. HVAC, restroom renovation. At the end of each fiscal year, we will partially capitalize. It's an accounting maneuver to close the books, essentially, so that we're reconciling those projects where the funds have already been spent. And so partial capitalization is a way to reduce the total funds of a project, close the books for projects that never really have an end point. So it's an annual accounting measure.
Okay. And then the last one was the 10.13, or 10.13. And it was a very quick question. In fiscal year, next year, it looks like there's a small increase in the elementary school amount and a small decrease in the secondary amount, and I was just curious how that from last year, I mean.
There's a formula. Ms. Diamond, do you want to answer? You want me to answer?
I was gonna say,
Go
and I'm
ahead.
very supportive of it, I was just curious
Yeah,
as to how.
It's formula driven, and Ms. Diamond can share the formula with you, or I can.
So when we calculate, it's formula-driven, as Dr. Smith said, and what we have to do is we have to actually take things that are system-wide and spread them out between elementary, middle, and high school. And so as enrollment shifts, as well as we add different positions at different levels, you'll have small increases and decreases. But a lot of the shifts are a result of the enrollment combined with how we spread out all the central spending, transportation, for example, all those things in maintenance, we have to spread those out. We also, for some of our spending, have to pull out different calculations like pre-K, and we have to add in debt service. So when we spread those out, you'll see some small shifts.
Okay, thank you.
So can I get a motion to move 10.1 and 10.13?
Move the rest in block.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. At this time, item 11 is just for information purposes only. We're moving to item 12. Can I get a motion to move 12.1 and 12.2 in block?
Move in block, second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is again unanimous. 10.3 is our, is our 12.3? That's what I said. 12.3 is our appointment to the ethics panel. I will just read that off. Whereas on February 29th, 1984, the ethics panel was established by the Board of Education, and whereas the members of the ethics panel are appointed by the Board of Education, and whereas the board expanded the panel on June the 10th, 2003 from 3 to 5 members, and whereas one vacancy will soon exist on the 5-member panel, now therefore it be resolved that the following individual be appointed to serve a 3-year term on the ethics panel effective July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2022. That is Miss Lisa Jones Toms. If I can get a motion to accept the appointment. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. And so now we're at 12.4 new business items. I'm asking board members, are there any new business items that you want to bring forward? Seeing none. Item 13 is for informational purposes as well. And with that, if I can get a motion to adjourn. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor? I'm rushing, you see that? And that is unanimous. And at this time, we are adjourned. Thank you.